Hey. What the fuck? Hey guys. Yeah, I'm buying a little. I bought a little bit more. Um, Maybe I'll buy a little more now. Buy even more? Can I? Okay. I was able to double down. My average is 25 now. I'll take it. I don't think they pull Elevidus completely. Um, if you look at Zolgensma, it has the same side effects. So like, okay, it doesn't want me to buy more. I'm not that concerned about the deaths. I mean, I think that this kind of thing isn't that uncommon. Tysabri, Tysabri had the same situation, and Zolgensma. So ultimately, I think once the hysteria wears off, it should rebound. I do want to look at RNA. Yeah, I think it's a buy. I just doubled my position in the challenge account, which is been rough. Yeah, I don't typically martingale, but this is a unique situation. Okay. Circle, I sold and I'm happy. Are we bag holders? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Yeah, I think it's actually more than 50. I think just the drugs they have alone is 50. So I'll go through in a second, but let me pull up the Sarepta model. explain. I have allergies. My cats. No, actually, I'm down pretty much across the board in all positions, but that's all right. The dust will settle. It was a 5% position for me, so now let me see what it is at now. It's a pretty big position now. 30%? 25% position? Yeah, I'm sick of this shit. I don't think anything happened at the shareholder meeting. Okay, so the drugs that are FDA approved, the PMO's roughly $1 billion in revenue. So the question is, what do you value that at? $1 billion in revenue on pharma, very high margins. Is that worth $2 billion conservatively? That's like basically 2 times earnings. It's worth, I don't know, $3.5 billion. Still pretty conservative. Or is it worth $5 billion, which is not so conservative? Nice thing about the math is Sarepta has around 100 million shares. So this is $20 a share. That's without Elevidys. So that's no, Elevidys is gone, and it's just the old drugs, and that's fair value. This is more than the current stock price, and this is a lot more than the current stock price. That's just the PMO business alone. So now the question is, what is Elevidys? What is Elevidys worth? And obviously it starts at 0 if the drug is pulled off the market. Yeah, I saw the guidance thing. So they said non-ambulatory. I had 1.3 for 2025. And obviously I think that's going to be lower than that. They said they were going to beat their guidance. But I think that, maybe the best estimate going forward, it could be 500 million in revenue. Although I think there's a chance it comes back. So let's say if it goes to 0, it goes to 0. 500 million in revenue, I don't know, what's that worth? 2.5 billion to 5 billion. So basically anything better than that is worth quite a lot more. So this is 25 a share. This is 50 a share. If it's more, you get quite a lot of upside. So these are the numbers we have to think about. This is the base business. This is Elevidys. And then you have the pipeline. Which is worth anything, of course, from 0 to, I don't know, you can pick your price, $5, $10, $15 a share, maybe conservatively. So you just, it's pretty a simple sum of the parts. So 2 times revenue is really low. By the way, there's 3 in debt, so you got to add 3 in debt. Start with -3. This is all per share. So 20 times, or 2 times revenue gives you $20 a share, plus 3 gives you 17. That's about the most conservative you could possibly think of. I think this is like way too conservative. Maybe more realistic is 35, which is 3.5 times sales, plus 3 is 32. I don't think Elevidys is 0. So if you add it to 25, let's say, for instance, you would have 57, and then you give it some pipeline value, someday you get maybe 62. So I'm pretty bullish on it still. Nothing's really changed. One question is are the PMO revenues safe, which we normally never had to worry about, but now that we may not be able to rely on Elevidys, we should think about whether or not that's what are the risks to the PMOs and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, let's see what's trading. Nvidia up 1%, Palantir up 5, Tesla up 1, Archer Aviation up 4. I want to look at that one. D-Wave up 7, Christ almighty. Big Bear up. Circle up 20%. Wow. Crazy. I would sell Circle. Supernus to buy Sage. Sage has been a big dog for a long time. Navitas trading 10 million shares. Sarepta's traded 10 million shares out of 100 million. So keep in mind, it's kind of an institutional stock. There aren't really any retail people playing it but us. And I think the insane reaction is Wall Street's pretty sick of Sarepta. It's just one of these things where the market's given up on management. They don't trust them. So I bought a lot more, so I'm at 25.37 average right now. I think after this capitulation we may even get a rebound. We'll see. Sometimes you got to call it quits. That is right. That is right. But I know pharma, and I think the PMOs are worth a lot. One question is, will this company come out with its own PMOs? And that is a pretty important question. Yeah, I mean, the people who died, so one person died, as you guys know, a month ago, and another person died a few days ago. But it's 2 people out of 1,000. So it's 0.2%. And it's not like they can't do anything about it. They could add more immunosuppressants, which I think is what they're going to do. They could lower the dose. They could avoid patients who are really late in their disease. So I think there isn't that much of a problem. But again, even if you zero it out completely, you still have upside. Yeah, I mean, I think that the last time something like this happened was Tysabri. So Tysabri had a situation where they had a rare side effect called PML. I don't even remember what PML stands for, to be honest. But yeah, I don't remember. But it's caused by JC virus, and for PML, you can reduce the risk of PNL, and there's all this stuff. So yeah, I mean, look, you can say copium all you want, but I mean, it's just basic math. What are the PMOs worth? I don't think Elevidys is worth 0, but even if it's worth 0, that's okay. Tysabri ended up fine. The only people that got worried about Tysabri was Wall Street. Yeah, Skilo has a lot of experience in this as well. There we go. Thank you, XKO. I totally forgot what it was. Great, Kyle. Yeah, I mean, now's the time to buy more. I mean, I had 5% position. Now I have a 20% position. So my average is 25. Would you buy these assets for $35, $40? I would. I don't think there's concern. So the CFO said that they're actually profitable with Elevidys just with ambulatory. And maybe that's wishful thinking. You guys want me to wear the bag? Want me to wear the bag? Okay, I'll wear the bag. Okay. Are you happy? So yes. So I think that Elevidus will end up like Tysabri or Zolgensma. Zolgensma has two had two deaths as well. AAVs do attack the liver. That's part of what you get. But I think that there's just like a lot of hysteria on Wall Street, especially like vis-a-vis a lot of Wall Street trust management. And then when the management trust is broke, you just sort of sell and get out. That's kind of what creates an opportunity. I mean, obviously it's a little frustrating. The stock was 120, then 75, then 50, then 35, and now it's 20. But there is a bottom. We tried to pick the bottom at 50. We were wrong. But now we're trying to pick the bottom at 20, and maybe we'll be wrong again. We don't know. It's probabilistic, but that's my bet. Yeah, maybe Alejandro should be able to talk his shit, but he wasn't that useful. No, DMD death is earlier than that. They don't make it till 30. Quantum is fucking worse for me than Sarepta. I don't know if I would exit at 35. I mean, I think once the dust clears, company stabilizes, it should be okay. 22 years survival for DMD. 30, actually. I thought it was more like 22, but it looks like it's more like 30, which is surprising to me. I did not know this. I don't think they can get into too much liability with lawsuits and stuff like that. Everybody knew about this side effect. I am still looking at INMB. I mean, I think the likelihood of death will settle in around half of 1% or a quarter of 1%. Because otherwise you would have seen deaths in clinical trial, for example. I don't know if solid or wave should be up. I doubt it'll go to 815. I mean, that seems nuts. Yeah, so Tron is going public with SRM. I wonder if that'll pump. Because he's a pretty wild dude, in case you guys didn't know. The SEC wants him indicted or arrested, let alone running a publicly traded company. Yeah, it's been a rough quarter. It's been a rough quarter, but I've been through worse. Bring it on. I did see the Trump phone. RGC did a split. Yeah, I wonder if I should buy SRM. Yeah, it's up. RGC is up even more, which is fucking crazy. Okay, it's fixed on. Looks like it's fixed on Goodell. So there you have it. What's RGC's market cap now? Are they bigger than Ford? I don't think we have the new shares. Or maybe we do. Is it 8 billion? No, no, no. It's okay. Yeah. 20 billion cap. Yeah, I've seen Newsmax. Yeah, the whole market's just going wild. Yeah, I've seen the myostatin stuff. Yeah, everything's rallying except for IonQ. I should DEI comic. Yeah, RGC is worth more than Biogen. Yeah, the Novo Canada story is nuts. They basically forgot to file. Oh, where do you think, Leonard? No, Andre, we Andre, we changed it up. Of course, I know ARM is public. Go. I don't know if Roche wants to buy these assets now or not, but RGC is really absurd. It shows you kind of what the market's turned into. Maybe you could describe that more, Leonard. Oh, the response has been phenomenal. Yeah. Well, the proof will be in the pudding, right? Either he has a good quarter or he doesn't. Disruptive's pretty big without a private equity partner. Palantir, 320 billion cap. Jesus Christ. I did listen to the call. I agree, Leonard. It's a weird thing to say. Certainly not what any normal CEO would say. Oh, good, Joey. Yeah, I double down, but I think it's borderline, Leonard. D-Wave does seem to have trouble getting above, this kind of range. I bet you it'll go down. INQ was down quite a bit earlier. Yeah. Yeah, Alfonso, that's what I was going to look at. Yeah, it's a pretty wild situation. I think this SRM might be a long, just for momentum's sake. You should never invest because of a buyout. I mean, unless there's active buyout discussions, like Akiro. Yeah, a lot of Wall Street will capitulate. Here's what I want you to think about. If you're a doctor or a patient and you were just told that the therapy that you want to try has a death rate of 0.2%, how would that affect you? What would you do? No, I mean, for SRM, it's just this. If you know Justin Sun, you know how crazy he is. Yeah, it's not a value investment, I'll say that. Well, you don't want to die at 10 when you could die at 20 or 30. I am short INMB. General anesthesia does not have a higher death rate than that. Yeah, I was thinking about buying calls. Yeah, it is a fatal disease. AAVs are known to provide liver injury. Could be addressable. The market, the stock is cheaper than even if you assume Elevidus goes to zero. We'll see. Yeah, it's pretty brutal with quantum. It's basically just ultra mean reversion. Short whatever's up the most, buy whatever's down the most. So, I mean, generally, if it's up the most, it's going to keep going up for at least a little while. If something's down the most, it might be going down a little bit for a while. I think just a couple quarters of Sarepta. Apparently they're going to have pretty good. They're going to have a pretty good Q2. Now, that doesn't mean much because Q3, but we'll know in the Q2 report what the trends were like for how patients are going to react to this. I predict that they're not going to care that much. This QUBT is really insane. It's barely a functional company. I don't think they have an autopsy on the second depth, but I mean, liver failure is a risk when you take this, like 30% liver enzyme elevations. I dare say we should have expected it, but I also think like the street is so sick of Sarepta. It was a darling for a while, and now it's just in the trash heap. And it was an overreaction both ways. Yeah, Sarepta has huge assets. They have $1 billion in revenue. That's my point. You don't have to include this drug. $1 billion in revenue is worth $35 a share. And then this drug is not dead yet. I mean, if you listen to the call, they were like, drug could still do $1 billion in revenue. Teapot is right. Teapot is right. You do have to wait. This stock is so in the penalty box. Although, I think capitulation is probably there. I doubt it could get over 25 without another quarter or two. What would make you change your mind in quantum? Somebody a little more coherent than shy. Yeah, Quan. I think the fact that they were really, what hurt their credibility is just how cavalier they were about the last death. They were basically trying to say it's not going to happen again. It was a one-off, and now they're basically like, oh yeah, yeah, it does kill you. My bad. Which is not great credibility for management, so they look bad. Wall Street looks bad. Wall Street sells. But you do have to take a step back and ask yourself what is it worth? Yeah, the people at Fidelity, T. Rowe, Wellington, they're just going to sell Sarepta. They don't care about the price. Just dump, dump, dump. Yeah, sorry, Geo. I mean, I had a 5% position. I don't know how much you had. Most of my portfolio was short quantum. So if most of your portfolio was long Sarepta, you didn't do what I did. That's a good question, BK. Market's a little wild right now. I don't really care about buyouts, Mercer. I mean,
I think they're roughly break even, Franco. They could do a convert. I went long Bitcoin at 70K around the time of the Bitcoin conference. And then I got out and haven't really traded it since. Circle's a good short. It's just wild, taming a wild beast right now. RGC 26. But RGC isn't liquid, otherwise I'd be short that. It's trading a million shares. Maybe it'll become liquid. I talked about Sarepta all morning. Just because you got here right now doesn't mean I'm going to talk about it again. You can rewind. I think they might need a change in management just for Wall Street. Yeah, the other drugs are worth like 30, $40 a share. Elevidus, you could say it's worth zero. No, we're down down a little bit more now. Ay, ay, ay. Quantum is basically just a huge scam. Like, there's nothing that a quantum computer could do, even if it were, even if they did, even if they did work. So that's kind of my theory on quantum. Yeah, the quarter end phenomenon is it's kind of one of those things. It's like gamma squeeze. It's one of those things you believe shouldn't exist, but it probably does anyway. And what I'm talking about is people selling. I mean, this goes back. Kramer used to really believe in this, where fund managers file 13Fs and they don't want to have the position on their portfolio when they report their 13F because it, I guess, might look bad to investors or something like that. But I don't know. So So I think it's more just if you've been meeting with Sarepta as institutions do, you've been sitting with them, you've been conversing with management for a while, and this happened. They were telling you not to worry; it was no big deal, and here we are. You've lost all trust. Believe it or not, like a lot of people on Wall Street, they're not like us. They don't sit there and they don't value companies necessarily. Everyone has a different method. Quite a lot of people sit there and say, I like this CEO. Well, I don't like this CEO. They don't give a fuck about revenue or pipeline or things like that. So some people will sell the bottom. They will say, we've been played for fools. Yeah, I don't think the drug having a fatal side effect in 2 out of 1,000 patients really makes a difference. No, he's allowed to sell his stock, but the retail shareholders who own IonQ should pay attention. Yeah, Circle is out of control. I would sell Circle. Working capital isn't really a big problem in pharma. Inventories are the drug's easy to make. Drugs are generally easy to make. That's why they're 90% margin. Accounts receivable, you got 3 customers, they pay on time. It's funny, it's like the more serious the company, the more penalty box. Like you had a company that's trying to cure dying kids of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, it's in the doghouse. Then you got, you know, Bitcoin treasury stocks, quantum computing, just stuff that's really out there. Those are the stocks that you don't. Yeah, I think SRM is kind of could be a fun long. Yeah, PMO is oligonucleotides. Um, so PMO is phosphoramidate. Um, there's no expiration date. Interesting. Nobody's ever made a generic PMO. Nectar is going to be really interesting. I'm short. I'm not short right now, but I have been short MicroStrategy in the past. Well, PMO has been out for years, so PMOs were like the precursor to gene therapy for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. PMOs are, I mean, they've been used almost 10 years now. I double down. Yeah, I think Circle's a sell. We owned it at the IPO, but this is too much, man. This is too much. Well, Circle before the IPO, they couldn't give it away. On all those secondary sites, it was down a lot. So I would buy Kraken and like all that stuff on the secondary sites because when they IPO, they'll probably explode. Inventory should be cash value. Just check the 10Q to see how they value inventory. But yeah, they might have to write off a few hundred million of inventory, but I don't count inventory as a cash asset anyway. Well, yeah, they might have a little too much Elevidus inventory right now. Ugh. Yeah, Quan, I think you're right. I think that there's no. I always thought that this drug would be a bridge to future gene therapy, like better capsid efficiency or better, however you define that, uptake. You have to be an accredited investor, but you can go to Hive, HIIVE.com, and they have secondary shares. My average is $25 now. So I thought that wasn't bad when the stock was at 20. Now it's feeling not so good. But again, once the capitulation and washout happens, I think, yeah. It's been a rough month or two for Skrelly. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. No, not when the stock was at 35. When the stock was at 20 earlier today. I doubled down. I wish I doubled down at 18.50 or something. Yeah, it's all right, D-Low. I mean, as long as the process was good. Let me take some requests on Godel. Haven't done that in a while. Okay, SGMT Sagamet. This is a drug company. 300 cap. Another patient died of liver failure on Sarepta's drug. This is the second out of 1,000 people who have taken the drug. So 0.2% chance of death. It is a fatal disease. It's not good news, but I'm not sure it's as bad as the market's making it out to be. But there's a lot of folks who are pretty frustrated and annoyed with Sarepta. So I think the holders are capitulating. I double down. I mean, not a lot's changed value-wise. I think maybe fair value dropped from 70 to 65, but I don't know that people will stop taking this drug. There will be a third death, no doubt about it, David. I think that there are chemos that have, fatal side effects, Rituxan, Tysabri, many multi-billion-dollar drugs have fatal side effects. It does happen. This is medicine. Um, every doctor has to weigh the risk-reward benefit for their patients, and they have to decide, okay, I think this drug has some positive impact, but there's an infusion, there's a lot of cost, and there's an immunosuppression regimen that doesn't come without risks. One of those risks is liver failure and death. Um, it's a relatively new drug, right? We don't know a lot about it. A lot of docs wait for drugs to have years of experience before giving them. So, just again, Tysabri was a really instructive situation. I think the risk on Sarepta is actually now that other PMOs come out. Rituxan was very expensive. Now it's a little cheaper with biosimilars. Yeah. If I'm a patient or a family or a doctor considering this drug, there's a good chance I'm going to think about it some more for 6 months. Then I'm going to come to terms with the fact that, yes, there's a 1 in 500 chance I die, but there's also a 1 in 1,000 chance I get hit by a car, and there's a 1 in 1,000 chance I get infection, and there's a 100% chance I'm going to die from Duchenne. So let's just do it. And that's what happened with Tysabri. And Tysabri was just multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis is a walk in a park compared to Duchenne. And if they're lucky, they can figure out what happens and why, what predisposes you to death. There are only 2 patients sample size to figure that out, so it's unlikely they figure it out. But liver failure could be some kind of pre-existing HLA, HLA signature. Could be levels of ALT that spike after infusion. Should be able to think about a little bit about what. I don't think any legal issues. They have about 700 in cash and $1 billion in debt. So about $3 a share of net debt. Yeah, I think SRM is probably going to go. Yeah, Lucy, I don't mind. I know I'm going to be up this year. I have no doubt. Quantum will peter out. INMB will fail. Sarepta will come back. So SRM is going public It's Tron doing a reverse merger to go public. Now, Justin Sun is a really interesting person. A lot of people don't like him. They consider him untrustworthy. Uh, he's one of the richest people in the world, and I think that him joining the publicly traded markets is something the SEC definitely doesn't want. But he donated a lot to Trump, and now he's Trump's boy. So here we have it. Justin Sun's Tron will be a publicly traded entity, basically. Will it be a Tron treasury or what exactly? I have to dig into that, but Justin Sun is something. Is he a meme? Is he a? Some people use harsher words to describe him. His former excellency, I think he's not a diplomat anymore. He got diplomatic status. Some people feel for protection reasons. Is RGC 400% today? No. Wow. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? What is this? What was the split? How much this was the split for? This is impossible. Is it 35 billion market cap? Yeah, a lot of people feel that way, Akshay. A lot of people. Man, I was running this program. I have this idea for an app within Godel, like an applet, or what we call component. That's like the best idea I've ever had. Nobody's done this yet. You guys are going to love it. But it's very hard to stabilize. It keeps crashing, which is really unfortunate. But I'm almost there. ChatGPT has been helping me. Trust me, when you see it, you're gonna flip. It's the single best idea I've had maybe in my career, at least in financial like tools. I have to build these n-tuple vectors though, and this is very hard computationally across lots of prices. But I think I can do it. We'll see. I think ChatGPT can do it. That's maybe a better way to put it. But my girl is going to help me. But my girl's also pregnant, so I got to leave her alone. Babe, need your help. Okay. Too stupid to do this myself, babe. Come on. Yeah, so it's creating this 5 gigabyte vector store. Let's see if I can do this. 12 workers, 14 workers. But running out of memory is really tough. SRM, there it goes. Yeah, SRM's just going to keep going up. If you know Justin Sun, you know what he's going to do. He's going to make it go up. Justin's a beast. Is it difficult dating a girl smarter than me? Well, she doesn't say. She thinks I'm smarter than her, but I think she's being modest. I will say this. One of the things you learn about me is that I work harder. I'll outwork anybody, even if they're smarter than me, which I think my girl is smarter than me. But I will stay up all night reading every paper, every textbook, and I'll show up in the morning and be like, well, what do you think about Jones's work? How about Bourbaki's work in 1847? Doesn't it at that point to da-da-da? And they'll be like, damn, the fuck? How do you know so much about this? I want it. I want it more. Mert's right. I need a quantum computer for this one. We got to go quantum for this one. Cheer. SRM is like, it's just like Circle and it's just like SBET. Get on the ride, but when the ride when the ride breaks, it's like that rickety carousel in the hood. You want to ride that bitch? All right. You know, in the hood we don't have good carousels. So you're 6 years old. Daddy, I want to ride the carousel. Dad's looking at the carousel like that thing's about to break. All right, son, hold on tight. That's what buying these stocks is. So be careful. Yeah, we had a park we grew up going to. I don't know if you guys knew about this one called Action Park. It was in New Jersey, and it was a water park, and they had more more deaths. Oh, I don't want to make the joke. They had quite a lot of mishaps. Quite a lot of mishaps. Not yet, Shebev. Not yet. Sorry, Jar Jar. Hang in there. Anybody went to Action Park growing up? Or Dorney Park? Was a death wish. Oh man, that rash. Oh man. But that's what listen, if you grow up poor, even if you don't, but if you're growing up poor, like there's limited entertainment and amusement for you. Six Flags was one. Yeah, I grew up in Coney Island, BK. Oh, they changed it. Yeah, they closed down a long time ago. Class Action Park. Should I hit the gas? I think it's time to hit the gas. I need some pain relief, mental relief from this Sarepta position, man. I swore I would never let it get to this. People have come over to the office and hit the gas, but I've never done it myself. Galaxy Gas. It's for dessert, making whipped cream and stuff. Hit the gas and never look back. I don't know, bro. It's a food additive. Food and beverage additive. N2O. GG's. No to the NO. Say no to the NO2. You got it. I'll show you how you. Let's see what this guy says.
Young nigga, the only way to do that Galaxy gas shit without fucking your brain up, first you gotta check the drip. You know what I'm saying? Get the tip, get that bitch beating like this here.
Oh, he's
The
anti.
only way to do that Galaxy gas shit without fucking your brain up, first you gotta check the drip.
He's against it. Okay, well, what about this?
Yo, twin, you good off the GG, twin? Twin, no, twin, you good off the GG, twin? Yo, twin, you good off the GG, twin? Twin, no, twin, you good off the GG, twin? Dollar sign GG, twin. You good, twin? Is you GGs?
Yeah, it's just GG, bro.
Oh, man,
Just GG, bro.
Yo, twin, you good off.
I'm already B12 deficient, so I don't know that I want to get slumped like Twin over there. RGC did not fall 50%. RGC is up 300%. Oh, it fell 50% from the high? Who's trading this thing? Is there a borrow? No options. Bid 20, ask 67. Is it halted? I assume it's halted. 455% borrow fee, at least on one broker. I do take B12 shots every now and then. I just don't take them enough. Soldier, you down a mill? Some might say you're lucky. Soldier. I don't have to jig us up, man. All right. The stock is still up 300% today. I did not sell Sarepta. I doubled down. Quantum. What if we did Galaxy Gas with Quantum? Okay, we're going to look at Sagimet since that was requested. B12 gummies? Yeah, I should probably do that. Quantum gas. Ooh. You want that quantum? I don't know if it would translate to the target customer. IQ down again. After being down 5%, it rallied all the way back, but you know, not ever a good thing when your CEO sells all the stock. And he, you know, in one day he's telling you it's the next Cisco. We're going to be a 200 billion cap, and the next day he sells $100 million of stock. Like, which is it? If we're gonna 20x or 100x, why are you selling? And he didn't have to pay for his stock; he got that for free. You know, how would you trade it if you got it for free? One thing if you bought it and you're like, look, man, I got to lock in some gains. I don't know if this might go up or down. This dude didn't pay for that stock. He just got that stock. It's all cap, bro. Quantum cap. I forget how much he sold, but he sold a bunch. That's why when I was running a publicly traded company, I would rather, you know, do something desperate than sell my stock. It just sends a horrible signal that, like, you have no faith. So even selling 50,000 shares, I was uncomfortable. Don't worry, I want to give up generational wealth by selling all of my stock because I know it's going to go to... He compares it to NVIDIA every day. He says it's going to be $3 trillion like NVIDIA. You don't want to make billions of dollars? You have to sell all of it? You're not going to sell like a quarter of it just to be safe? Bro, we ain't stupid, bro. Okay, so this is a biotech company called Sagimet. I don't know. I can't tell you what Roche is going to do. You got to ask Roche, but I don't see why they wouldn't consolidate it. They've always wanted a bigger rare disease team, a bigger rare disease portfolio, but
You know, it's you should never bet on M&A because you cannot predict what one player will do. They may be pissed at this. I mean, I'm sure they're pissed at this. They may say, I don't want more of this problem. I want less of this problem. But they may be Swiss guys. They may be like, one death? Why is this big deal? Let's buy. You never know how they'll think about it. You can't get too close because if you do, you're basically getting insider info. So, okay, so this is a fatty acid synthase inhibitor. For MASH. It's called Denifenstat. Another one called TVB3567. Good question. Where is all this liquidity coming from? That is a good question. That's funny, Tian. The problem is with the Baruch professors is I wouldn't hire them to work for me, so they can mention me all they want. I was friends with quite a number of them. Goated. I wouldn't say it's goated. Goated is a high compliment. Well, one of the things I want to do when I see something like this is I just want to know what the enzyme does. So go to PubMed. Yeah, Beaver Boy makes the point, but you know, there's no doubt the risk-reward profile of Elevidys has shifted a bit. But how much? I don't know what you're saying exactly, Osmage. Okay, so fatty acid synthase. What is this? Some kind of enzyme that creates fatty acids. But how exactly? What is it exactly? I'll look for a paper about it. Maybe I should look for it in the title. Let's see. Yeah, we already did that tomfoolery. We did that earlier. Acyl carrier protein. Here's a Nature paper. Long-chain fatty acids are the building blocks of fat in human bodies and mammals. Fatty acid synthase contains multiple enzymatic domains to catalyze all chemical reactions needed for de novo fatty acid synthesis. This is a structural biology paper. Well, for this account, this is a small account, so I have like 500 or 600 shares of Sarepta in this account. It's not a huge amount. It's a small account. Here's a patient who had a variant or mutation. 6 or 7 standard deviations below height. So what's that? 128 centimeters. How tall is that? 4'2" or 4.2 feet. Wow. I did study economics and finance. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting target for Nash, right? You don't want to probably have this drug working in the brain. RGC is back. Even Schwab has it wrong. Schwab didn't get the... I take vitamins from time to time. Yeah, I just want to get the enzyme first. You'd think it would be interesting for heart disease. First, yeah, fruit. Thanks, man. Coffee too? I don't know. There's no when for me. I don't believe in great market timing. But it will take a few days for the people who want out to get out. But yeah, I've gone from a 5% position to a 25% position. So it's a big position. Deep value. Are we going to get another data release, KPX? Do we have a date? I still haven't bought SRM. I've looked at FASM before, fatty acid synthase gene. mid-year. This company's just been never really said. It's 60 events for the final primary, non-interim final analysis. I'm very suspicious, KPX. Is it a co-crystal? Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Okay, so fatty acid catalyzes the synthesis of palmitate, which is 16 carbons. Interesting. Okay. Always got to know the molecular role. Insider trading has a very specific definition. There has to be material, non-public, and basically has to be coming from a source that should not be telling you the information. But once information has passed 2 or 3 times, it's cleansed. So if the CFO of a company, of Apple, said they're going to beat earnings, and they told your cousin works at Apple, your cousin tells you, and you tell me, as long as I'm not paying you or expecting to pay you, that's sort of like so far removed. And you don't tell me how you know. If you tell me how you know, that's a problem. But if you just tell me, you've sort of cleansed the information. I'm not giving up. I double down. Well, then there's the question of are you going to get prosecuted? That's a whole other topic. I know Bodega Bagels pretty well. I would say I'm an expert. Not much to RGC other than it's a very tightly held company. All right, Owen, let's go. Is this an old drug? Possibly. No patent. Old. $2015. So maybe it is old. There is mosaic theory, but yeah, I mean, why RGC is pumping, I mean, it's hard to tell, but clearly, you know, most of the float is tied up in like a couple of Chinese people. Yeah, you can't sell that much stock very quickly. We're unfortunately the victims of the Sarepta massacre.
check. Okay, so they got acne results. Now again, this drug is an older drug. And the study was done by a Chinese company. Yeah, data are pretty good. No, I wouldn't say nothing changed. I'd say that, Sarepta's gotten a little less valuable for sure, but not meaningfully enough. Yeah, Owason, it definitely happens sometimes. You gotta, you're under siege basically. But you can't guess when your wins will come and when your losses will come. Sometimes your losses come all at the same time. But I had a 5% position in Sarepta. It's the quantum position that's been much more painful. If I had half my portfolio in Sarepta, it'd be different. Okay, so it sounds like they're developing TVB3664. Yeah, we should look at Tempest. Point 72 is the largest stockholder of Sagimet, but they sold Blue Owl is long. Alyeska, Baker. Doesn't look like they have like an anchor investor that's ride or die. I mean, there's not much to look at on TVTX. I started the company, obviously, but there's drugs that I've had to deal with that I look at every day. I mean, I've had a lot of, I've done a lot in the pharma industry. Sagimet's a funny one. This might fill the gap. Could also get people excited about acne. It's a tough call. BLTE is B-Light Bio. And then we looked at NAMS before. That's a tricky one. I didn't get to look at Alnylam too closely, but I could see it being a long, given how big the tafamidis market is. Tafamidis is like Pfizer's best-selling drug after Prevnar. Ugh. Quantum calming down a little bit. All right, yeah, BLTE. Oh, my allergies. Disgusting. Okay. Thank you. My asthma drug? Trelegy by GSK. I'm 25% Sarepta now. Yeah, all my health issues come from the same thing. I think so, Marco. I think it's possible.
25% of this portfolio. Gotta hold it. Gotta hold it. Yeah, it's the cats. Days of Court. By Sanofi. I have to take Elevidus as punishment. Is that what you guys want? Is that what you want? Quest. Quest is here. What's up? Quest is my internet best friend. He's liberal. He's from Canada. Purina Live Clear. Okay. That sounds interesting. Yeah, Kathy Wood would be doing really good in this bubble market. Yeah, it's probably Top Signal for sure. Yeah, it's full on bubble vision. This is the eye disease company. Tinlarebant. Stargard's. Oh, it's all Stargard's? It's a pretty rare disease. Oh, geographic atrophy. I think Circle's overvalued. I actually think it's a pretty safe short. The people in the privates are all going to sell. People have been in the private since $20. I have people who are in the private messaging me like, "Why the fuck is it 150?" It was a very hard deal at 25. So once those people get unrestricted, I think. Yeah, I mean, Circle's a real company. Yeah, I mean at 150 or whatever. It was hard to get the deal done at 25 or 50 privately. Now it's 160. So I have friends who did the private that want to get out. Yeah, the lockups will usually what, 6 months? Not always, sometimes faster. That's what I'm talking about, CRCL. This thing could be a 0. This is interesting. Some random Chinese company. Not much cash. Two phase 3s with a questionable mechanism. This could be good. This looks, it's like very liquid. Around a 2 billion market cap. Huh. Very small float, but probably could short it. I mean, it just probably doesn't work. The mechanism sounds not so great to me. Geographic atrophy is a pretty tough disease to treat. don't need a nap. I slept pretty well. Minute. Could there be a breakthrough in quantum that would help? Or help what exactly? Yeah, I do always look tired. It's the cats, man. Trashy's older. I know that at some point she's will no longer be with us. Nibbles is a lot less allergenic. So there's that. Kind of a good thing. So Trashy's a little old lady. I do need vitamin D though. Just give me 2 seconds on the camera. They'll like they'll like clean themselves, and then if you're around, they'll start to clean you, and you're like, all right, what the hell? Oh, that's a good point too. Interesting. I didn't know that, Kami. Nibbles is like 2 or 3. 2 or 3. I want to say 2. Trashy's much older. No, yeah, I closed the capper a while back. I think. Let me check. I'm gonna get back in it once INMB reports and some of these other ones. I was trying to get Quest on stream. I have somebody else here. She wants to say hi, but I'm trying to find Quest.
Hi, I hope everybody gets rich.
No insulin. I live somewhere else. I don't know if nuclear is legit or not. I'm not following Iran Israel too closely. Capper doesn't have any data. Yeah, QUBT is crazy. I don't know what to make of it. No, nothing worth talking about, BK. Yeah, it's all in the name. No news. QUBT is just wild. Yeah, I have to go to the dentist pretty bad. There goes SRM 7. Oh, did you write it, Anna? I don't remember, Don. I think Alejandro already trolled me on Twitter. All right, I want to look at the next one, which is, oh, yeah, NAMS. So this is Amsterdam, New Amsterdam. Yeah, that's funny, Robert. Telling a story. When did that matter? Right, Josh? I'm glad you can have a sense of humor in this. Yes, Sarepta keeps dropping. The falling knife. It was a 5% position for me. Now it's a 25% position. Yeah, I think so, Paladin. I don't think much has changed. Yeah, I 4x down. My average 25 now. We'll briefly look at NAMS and then I actually do want to look at Joby, so not really Valentina. The only thing they said there was that they were going to have they were tracking to beat their guidance. So they were going to have a good quarter, which is supposed to be pretty good news. Would have helped us a lot. Whoa, holy shit. You see SRM? $8 now. Wow. Would have made up for all the Sarepta losses. I did not buy. All my buying power is on Sarepta. I did not have it before either, no. Nobody did. Well, we did it with Circle. We did it with SBET. You just have to get out fast because you know what's going to happen at the end. All right, so New Amsterdam. Question is, when are their results? New Amsterdam Pharma. Yeah, we're trading hype. It's entropy. What is this? Kind of bizarre. Alzheimer's sub-study or something. Alex, you gotta, somebody ban Alex. He keeps typing the same thing. There's not much to say on MicroStrategy. Not the best day I've had. Okay, so Prevail is their outcome study. And that fully enrolled April 2024. So it's an outcomes-based study. So when are the study results going to happen? Could be another year. Let's see, maybe what they said. See what they said here. I bought the Sarepta dip. I tripled down. Maybe it's crazy. Wow, SRM is 9, almost 10. Fuck. When we start talking about it at 5? Shit. Justin Sun. That's great, Rage. You're the one person up on Sarepta, other than the shorts. Shit. Clay Davis. Shit. Okay. Let's look at Joby. I think they're both very compelling bets. I mean, Sarepta's less reward, maybe. You get a double out of it, but it's at this point, there's very little risk left. Quantum is still high risk, high reward. We don't know when the market's going to come to its senses, if it'll ever come to its senses. You say no to losses, I can't. If I say no to losses, I wouldn't have gotten Sarepta. I'm sorry, Kasama. Remember, in biotech, you have gap down risk. Wake up one morning, somebody died, your stock's down 40%. It's hard to stop loss that.
Yo, Morten,
What?
you can ask something?
I'm live streaming right now.
Oh, my bad.
Let's go, D-Lau going ham. What the hell? D-Lau's trying to go. D-Lau's trying to double his account, bro. He's nuts. No, I think it's worth 50 with just PMO. That's a Russian loan shark right there. Hello. Where's my fucking money? Where's my money? Okay, little comeback. I'm going to a top secret hedge fund meeting tonight. I will look at SMRT, but I do want to look at Joby because Joby sounds crazy. Then after Joby, I'll look at SMRT. I promise. A vertically integrated air mobility company. What the fuck? Okay. What the hell is this? It me and his money. Давай. Alright, let's look at Joby. This thing's insane. Joby Aviation. 902. Okay, Joby, a mere 800 million shares. Yeah, we gotta look at Tempest too. I didn't expect their balance sheet to be this clean. Now, I'm guessing the income statement has no revenue. What do you guys think? Oh man, no revenue. Really? Damn. 6 billion for what? The fuck? They don't have any revenue? Nothing? Come on, dog. dropping 100 million a quarter. 8 quarters left. Yeah, what is the fully diluted share count? The warrants. Yeah, exactly. P-Sheep has got it exactly right. GG. Tiny Rick, I did do some GG earlier. Galaxy Gas, right on live stream. ER, earnings release? Earnings release, earnings season was last week. And NI, that is how you get the news on Bloomberg, but also on Godel. NI space whatever you want. Iran will get you all the news in Iran real time. So if you want to stay on war alert, do NI Iran, and you literally get streaming news. Oh, look at this. This is news from the Islamic Republic of... What is this? Islamic Republic News Agency of Iran, the official Iranian news agency. Look at this. This is amazing. Israeli bunkers not offering protection against Iran's punitive strikes. I didn't know we could export a PDF. That's dope. I wish I could copy and paste the news to others. Israel is killing children, committing war crimes in its act of aggression. Foreign Ministry. This is Tehran's official news. This is fucking incredible. It's legit Iranian propaganda. Oh shit.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردیم صدایی که شنیدیم فضای غبارآلوده استدیوم
Oh shit. Guy screaming Allah Akbar.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردیم صدایی که شنیدیم فضای غبارآلوده استدیوم
One sec, guys. They're up to almost 21. Be right back. I was just told that you can read Godel News in Hebrew. So, critical. Quest is in chat. Let's talk to Quest.
It's fine.
I said Martin's back at his computer.
Hey, Quest,
Hello?
what's up? How dare you disrespect America? We did a military parade. It was a great parade.
It was.
There's nothing wrong with the parade we did.
Did you watch any of it?
No. I listened to people watching it and they said it was great.
I think those people might have been biased.
Yeah, well, we love America. Okay.
It was a good slice of military history. I learned a little bit. There was nothing kingly about it.
I like America too, but like watching like individual tanks roll through a tiny street in DC while you hear sponsored by Coinbase.
Somebody's got to
There's a
sponsor
bunch
it.
of
Better
Americans.
somebody sponsor it.
Oh, but it was okay when Pfizer sponsored Joe Biden. That was okay.
What?
Okay, we're getting some audio distortion here. It's really painful. But yeah, it was a great parade. Better somebody sponsors it than
Really?
you know than the tax dollar sponsoring it.
I think it's pretty silly.
Yeah.
America almost never does military parades. This is like the first military parade your country's done in like 50 years.
This is the 250th anniversary. Why would they?
Coinciding with his birthday.
Sure,
so
but I'm just saying it's the first military parade your country's done in like 50 years.
Well, 50 years ago was.
And you guys had fucking corporate sponsors for it.
Yeah, well, better than taxpayer dollars.
It's silly, it's so silly.
Yeah, I thought it was
Unlike
gonna
your
be on our
stupid
dime.
country, we do have great companies here with lots of cash, and the government supports them, and they support our government. It's a symbiotic relationship. Your president, your prime minister, they want to take all the revenue from Canadian industry. That's why Canada unemployment's high. That's why Canada GDP is low. That's why Canada's imploding, and we'll soon need a bailout from Elon Musk.
Ridiculous. It's just disgraceful. Un-American.
Commies in the
insult.
chat. Commie in the chat. Can we get Hammer and Sickle in the
Rain
chat?
on our parade quest. If Big Syrup decided to do a parade, I wouldn't rain on yours.
What's Canadian military parade look like? Some Mounties, some moose,
It's different.
a couple of moose,
You guys like categorically don't do parades like that.
syrup gun. What else
There's
do
a
you guys
PR
got?
aspect to it, right?
You guys got a couple guns in Canada, right? Couple. How many guns total? Like 10,000? 20,000?
We've got tons of guns.
Carney. You're literally your most serious dude is named Carney. Like Carnival.
We have some of the greatest snipers in the world.
Is that right? This
Yeah, we have, like, a
communist is
bunch
my
of,
friend, okay?
We have a bunch of like the longest sniper kills.
Yeah, because you're fucking desolate, cold ass land.
They weren't done here. They're done in like Afghanistan and Iraq and stuff.
Okay, so you have nerdy video game players that join the military and they can hit long shots.
They ain't Chris Kyle though.
Yeah, where's your Chris Kyle? Greatest snipers nobody's heard of. Well, that's what I thought.
Their names don't get released. These are special forces soldiers.
Understood. Yeah, my whole chat's shitting on you, Quest. I'm sorry, bro.
They don't know
Overrated.
anything.
They know
It's
a
just
lot.
ridiculous. Trump asked the military to do this kind of thing in his first term, and the Pentagon, American generals, overwhelmingly made fun of him and told him how ridiculous and un-American a
They never,
parade
you
like
would never
the
make fun of
Justice
your
would be.
commanding officer like that. Why would you ever make fun of your boss? Nobody does that, Quest. Only in Canada, maybe. You got respect, loyalty, and hustle. These are the ideals that John Cena looks up to.
John Cena,
John Cena. Great American hero, actually.
Yabadoo. American hero. What kind of hero?
He supports the troops.
He supports the troops. Like he plays Yumi, or
No. Not. He doesn't play League of Legends. He lifts weights, entertains the troops at the USO. You know what that is?
yeah.
Yeah. You never met
I've
the
heard about
generals.
that. I mean, he's a great guy. He's done a lot of Make-A-Wish. He did tons of those.
Yeah. You never met
Um,
General Milley.
He's a good actor. Yeah, I'm a big General Milley fan.
You're the only one.
What about him?
He's a disgrace.
A disgrace?
Trump said he's a disgrace.
For what?
He's a disgrace.
For what?
I don't know.
Reading books?
Trump said it. So there's a company called Joby Aviation Quest.
Yeah.
Okay, this company's are at 6 billion. They have no
Yeah.
revenue.
Oh.
7 billion at least. Probably more than
What do
that.
they have in holdings?
They don't. They have a little cash to run their business, but their business is an eVTOL. Have you heard of this,
eVTOL?
bro? This looks like it was made by AI.
TOL or TAL?
TOL. It's a fucking
Yeah.
fake ass
That's like a
helicopter.
type of helicopter with like sideways propellers that.
I don't get
Right?
it. It looks like a normal helicopter with 7 propellers. It doesn't
They
make any
turn.
fucking sense.
The propellers can turn, Martin.
Oh. Okay.
So like you can turn them forward and fly it like a plane.
Okay. I see that. So they're trying to certify with the FAA, I guess.
What is like a? Are they trying to make this like a consumer thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're making their 5th aircraft. That's it. I thought you have to make like thousands of these fucking things.
Because they don't really have revenue. They're
They don't have
already
any
selling
revenue,
more.
not a dollar.
But they're selling aircrafts.
No. They most certainly are not.
You just said this is their 5th one.
They made their 5th one, but they're not actually selling
does
it to
that mean?
anybody. They're hoping to sell it. It looks like they want to run like an Uber-like service.
A what?
An Uber-like service.
With helicopters?
Yes.
Huh?
It's very light on details. Let me read it. Let me
I
read
mean,
it.
that would be pretty sick, to be honest.
Let me read a little bit. Pilot on board transition flights, now a routine part of flight test activities. Second consecutive quarter of record certification progress. Okay. Fifth aircraft from pilot production line has been powered on. Okay. $500 million commitment from Toyota.
Wait, they made 5 planes? I thought you meant they've made like 5 designs of aircraft.
No, they built 5 of these things.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. 5 actual.
It must be a really nice one. Do they have like existing contracts then? Is that where a lot of their value is coming from?
All right, we reached a landmark moment in our aircraft test program, completing flights with a full transition from vertical to cruise and back again with a pilot. Since completing our first full pilot onboard transition, we have flown multiple transition flights. I don't know what a transition flight is. With 3,
They're moving the propellers and
yeah, going from vertical to horizontal, I guess.
Yeah.
As we've flown multiple transition flights with 3 different pilots at the controls, as we became the first company to routinely perform inhabited testing of an electric air taxi from hover to wingborne flight. I'm sorry, maybe I'm stupid here, but like, isn't this exactly what a helicopter is?
No. Helicopters can't really go that fast forward. This can go like way faster than a helicopter can go.
Helicopters are fast.
Yeah, but this one's faster.
Okay. Helicopters aren't that slow.
No, they're pretty fast. Like, if you want to go like anything faster than just like popping across town, like this is going to be noticeable benefit.
Wouldn't you use a plane for that?
Well, you might want to go somewhere without a landing strip.
Okay, transitioning from vertical to horizontal flight is a key design attribute of our aircraft, allowing it to take off and land vertically like a helicopter, while maintaining the efficiency and speed of a conventional fixed-wing aircraft in forward flight.
Yep.
Okay, so you could theoretically do like a normal plane flight to like Miami or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Depends on the price of the jet. I mean, these things must be 20 or 30 million more.
This thing looks so weird.
Yeah, the military's had these for forever.
Yeah.
Sorry, the volume on whoever just talked is absurdly high.
The idea is you can land anywhere with a helipad, but you can get there at plane speeds.
Yeah. Is that much of an advantage?
Planes go way fucking faster.
I'm just saying, like, private jets are probably similar price here. Like, how is this different from NetJets?
When you go to like Miami, you don't have to like land at the airport. You just land on the helipad of like your company building or whatever.
Oh, that's nice.
What's the helicopter called?
Looks like they want to do Dubai first.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty practical.
But yeah, if you look at the companies that operate like taxi type things, it's really not that profitable. Like NetJets has like almost no margins. So like these guys have.
It doesn't even go that fast.
These guys have a bigger market cap than JetBlue, like much bigger.
What?
Okay. So
What?
they're smaller than Delta. But like might be putting the cart before the horse. They're about as big as American Air. Although a lot of these companies have a lot of debt, so it's not fair to compare it that way. And they would have to make a lot of these planes, right? Like right now, they can barely.
Yeah. I mean, it's just weird because it's not like they're the only people that have this technology.
Okay, Sean wants to add something. Let's let him. Does he have the roll? Let me see. Rolls. Where are the rolls? All right, Sean, go ahead and tell us what you think.
He might have to move and then move back.
Yeah. All right. Hey.
If you're talking, we can't hear you, Sean. I think they're trying to make them faster.
Faster than what?
Probably. Than any like existing model. Like they're trying to
Oh,
iterate.
okay.
Because I'm looking, they're like prototypes were getting faster and faster.
I don't trust the Dubai being the first place to do it. That sounds pretty terrible.
Really?
Well, yeah, it just screams like luxury one-off thing to me, not a real business. You know, like
Yeah.
it's okay. You build one of these things for $50 million. How many trips is it before you break even? The jet business is a tough business.
Yeah, I mean,
And the first time one of these things goes down,
I'm sure Boeing can tell you they'd rather be in the business of making planes and selling them to other people than actually having to operate them.
so fourth stage of certification, 43% complete. The problem is I can't short something like this because I've shorted like every other meme stock. There's somebody who sounds somewhat smart saying batteries infamously don't like it when there's a hole in it. Things want to poke holes in you and your vehicle. I don't know if he's saying this about eVTOLs or something else. Not even sure. Ah, I see. Yes. Fast turnaround is needed, so they need to have a lot of batteries lying around in bases. That it's a fire hazard, gigantic weight, 1 swap per sortie. You cannot refuel while flying with a battery. Okay, so are these bad for military, I guess?
Wow. They have some military applications, but like you don't want to use them for everything. I mean, the U.S. military has like 100 different helicopters for all sorts of different use cases.
Doesn't sound like they're going to have revenue for at least another year or two.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay now?
Hey. Take it away.
Sorry, was trying to figure out Discord. Yeah, so this is a space, I don't work in it, but I did do some graduate work just on the market research side of it. So I think you guys have brought out some pretty interesting points. And Martin, I think, you know, it is relatively risky in that you're right. Like one public accident can basically, you know, drop these stocks pretty materially. But where I think it's interesting, you know, initial use cases are going to be much more limited, at least to the public, than people think, right? Like essentially what these companies are doing right now is establish vertiports. You know, vertiports is what they'll use for takeoff and landing. First use case is going to be airport transport for consumers. But where it's gotten interesting is seeing these companies navigate for, you know, military applications, right? Archer has signed a partnership with Palantir, or not Anduril, I believe.
Yep.
So it'll be kind of interesting. Happy to answer any questions that I can. Again, not a technical expert in the space, done a little bit of research.
Well, what do you know about Joby?
So Joby, at least when I was doing the research, they were considered the gold standard. I mean, their approach relative to Archer is pretty unique. Joby is seeking to vertically integrate, so they're looking to, at least the last time that I researched, manufacture all their components in-house, right? Which is a very different strategy than how Archer is approaching it, which is basically using, you know, other manufacturers' components. So again, it's been a few years since I've been in the space from a research standpoint, but at that time, Joby was really considered, you know, the market leader. But Archer's done great on hitting their technical milestones, and I think they're a little bit better at marketing themselves.
Okay, I mean, from a valuation perspective, you know, obviously this is a concept stock, and it's kind of going to have behave a little bit differently from any other kind of stock. And right now, concept stocks are like the hottest thing in the world. So, but having said all that, they have spent 120 million, okay, on PP&E. That's hard assets. That includes the planes they built. Right? So they got 130 million of PP&E. Problem with that is in the NetJets sort of space, right? So you make, let's say you want to operate a taxi, you know, kind of like private jet flight company, and you buy 130 million of airplanes instead of renting them. It doesn't really matter if you rent them or buy them. If you rent them, your margins are going to be low, but you don't have to fork out 130 million. If you buy them, you have to fork out 130 million. Your margin is going to be pretty high. But either way, your assets are roughly 130 million. If you could make more money, if the planes were worth more than 130 million, operating them, they would cost more. But they're basically going to be around. They're going to give you around 130 million in profit, plus a return on capital, plus some other efficiencies. But like, they're not going to double your money. They're certainly not going to 10x your money or 20x your money. If you do a really good job, maybe they'll double your money, over 5 years or something like that. But they're not going to, having $100 million of equipment, right, does not mean you're going to, that present value of that equipment can't be much more than, say, 200 million. So the company's market cap or enterprise value is more than 6 billion. So you got $100 million of planes, but you're being asked to pay 6 billion for them. Now, if the amount of planes they had grew dramatically or quickly, you could argue that, all right, well, now I have to start thinking about, it is their earnings business, but they only have 800 million in cash. So for them, growing the amount of planes they have is very difficult. So I'm just trying to think of it from like a practical financial perspective. Like, they spend money on their planes are worth something because they theoretically could do a lease back or sell the plane or whatever. But yeah, to me, it's like, even if those planes were fully occupied at all times, like they were air taxiing today, forget the registration process and all that. Just assume they were air trafficking today, and they had a 3-year payback period on the plane, which is unusually fast. Then you would have it would be trading at 100 times plus earnings. I don't know how easily they can crank these out, but I'm trying to figure out what the upside is. So let's say they 10x the amount of planes they have. They would have to 10x the amount of planes they have for it to be relatively reliable. And we don't know yet what the flight experience is like. The TAM is kind of, basically just private jet style. These will never be cheap flights, right? I mean, to me, these sound like just as expensive as making a private jet. Maybe a little cheaper, but the capacity of these planes is not big. It's 26 million a plane, which is, in the private jet territory. So if they're not making they're not the plane business, they're trying to be an air taxi business. And that's pretty cringe because the profit that they make on these planes, by the time they make their money back, it's just never going to accrue to common stockholders. Yeah, it's just a fancy helicopter is definitely one way to look at it. It's much faster, though.
Well, there is helicopters on the market that are pretty fast.
Yeah.
Hey, Martin, might be useful to look at something like Zipline, if you've heard of Zipline.
Now, what is it?
They're not passenger based. They're delivering medicine, basically. Is kind of how they started. They use some VTOL tech, but it's obviously they actually have revenue and are actually useful. So a bit of a different, but kind of a similar case for VTOLs.
Blade is publicly traded. I didn't know that. Blade is BLDE. Okay, yeah, so this is a short. Because Blade, I've flown Blade quite a lot. As a decent customer of theirs. And, it's helicopter taxi. So it's like Uber for helicopters. And yeah. It's only 300 million. Now Blade doesn't own their helicopters, I don't think. Nor did they make them. So they're missing that part of the value. But just taxing people around is not some great margin business. Yeah, it seems like a short. Wow, QUBT is really wild. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a good one, Joby. But also, I have to look at Archer, which could be a little bit different. Is Archer more military? Let's look at this SMRT, which one of our customers wants to look at. This is SmartRent. A small cap software company. Yeah, Sarepta's $20. Painful. Very painful. All right, let's make SmartRent. SMRT dollar stock. Oh, they can only go 77 minutes on a charge? That's just a helicopter. That's a helicopter that's about to crash. I'm sure they could get that time up over time, but that's not great. Are they're all electric? That's the E in the eVTOL, I guess. Tell you what, I wouldn't get one of those things. I could just take a helicopter until it's proven its flying capabilities. Okay, so this company, SmartRent, has 125 in cash. Looks like no debt. The guy said it was a special situation, but I don't know if it's a special situation. There's no debt or anything. Is there a merger or something? Let me see. Yeah, taking it on the chin. It's all right though. All right, 40 in revs last quarter. They're losing a little bit of money. Okay. Management turnover. If Sarepta gets to 60, I think I'd sell yes. I mean, I'm at 25 average, so. Okay, Smart Rent, new CEO. This guy just got appointed today. He was the CEO of CoreLogic. Wow. They're pretty successful. This is a new company founded in 2017, only 8 years old. Yeah, if you're worried about $10,000, this is not the stream for you. Huh. So they bought back stock, but revenue is dropping. Never a good sign for a software company. Well, you know, every dollar counts. How many more clusterfucks are we gonna get? We've gotten them all. Okay, so it's not really hard. I mean, it's more software than hardware. I'm sorry, it's more hardware than software. Or unless we're gonna be like shy and not know the difference. Low margins indicate that it's not a software company. 33% is not the right margin for software. I'm all out of math. Math for your friend of mine. Retail is not really a factor in Sarepta. Pretty much every mutual fund is long Sarepta getting smoked. That's wild. trying to figure out what's interesting about this on the long side. They're losing money. I mean, it's never exactly been a success story. Why do you think they're going to double revs? Right now, revs are dropping. Wow. 63% of revenue came from their largest investor. Yikes. Oh. Try to see the turnaround here. I don't know.
Hello, hello.
Hey, I'm just streaming right now. I don't know who these people are. Smart home solutions. Okay, so what does this do? Front door locked, unlocked. So you just put this on your phone and you can adjust the thermostat or the lights or. I mean, it looks kind of neat. Smart home automation. I'd rather have. I mean, I think that's neat. A little remote for your house. But there's plenty of there's plenty of other companies that do this, right? So total revenue went from 168 to 240 to 175. And so far this year, looks like they're going to do closer to 160 or something. But can you take that and run with it and streamline the company so that it is profitable? Cash values, I mean, you're paying almost nothing for the business, but they are losing money, but you're only paying 50 mil for the business. The question is, who are they losing customers to? They target like major building companies. You can see they had this big year in 2023 that just fell apart. But conceptually, I mean, it seemed like a bloated company with 55 million in G&A. Although, so even in their best year, 2023, they barely made any money. So they really do need to overhaul operations. I kind of like it. I think you can watch this for like the turnaround next quarter, see if they got margins a little bit better. But until margins start turning around or revenue starts turning around, unless you have a read on that happening, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you think revenue can double unless you have an insight into when or why that's going to happen. Because it looks like they're losing market share more than gaining it. 2024 should have been an up year, and 2025 should be an up year, but neither were up years. But I think, it's worth watching for sure. If they start to turn around, it could double. But it doesn't feel like a strong, turnaround. Again, I look at the cash flow and say, okay, well, best year they ever had, they made 6 mil. Which EV to earnings actually wouldn't be horrible. It's like 10 times earnings, but they need to get back to that best year, and right now they're going in the reverse direction. So if next quarter looks better, I mean, then there's reason to be hopeful. But if revenue keeps going down year over year, I mean, I don't know why they could ever be profitable. You have to have revenue growth at some point. And because it's kind of low gross margin, you need a lot of revenue growth to get you to profitability or cost cutting. And it looks like they're in a tough situation where they'll keep burning the cash they have, which is that safety net that you might need to rely on as a shareholder. Okay, I'm going to be right back. 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I just had a wild idea while I went to the bathroom for 2 seconds. Maybe I should take one of the privately held quantum companies public. Now we're gonna short INMB. Tesla's gonna 100x. There's one privately held company that I kind of like. I want to call them. Let's see. It's the Fluxonium guys. These guys. They have real investors, but do they have Skrelly? Is the question. Let's see, man. Let me see the phone number, man. Let me call you ass. Barath Kanan. Yeah, let me call him. Come on, man. Let me hold something. Let me fucking hold something, bro. Tim Menke. Okay, he looks like me, bro. PhD at Harvard and MIT. Damn. Julia Andriola. I probably have to talk to her at some point. New companies, man, they don't got phone numbers, man. Atlantic Quantum phone number. And apartment. Fucking hell, let me call the number, man. Let me call the number, man. I'll call this. Call this shit, man. What's homie's name again? Barath Kanan. Hi, this is not a quantum computing company, it sounds like. Hello? Hi, is this Atlantic Quantum?
No, this is Gunderson.Murray, you've reached a law firm.
Yeah, not your guys aren't doing anything in quantum computing, it sounds like.
No.
Okay, you should look into it. It's exciting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
try to reach out to this man. Come on, man. Call Skrells.
Yo, hey yo, man. Hey yo, man. I fucks with you. I think you can go public and get a $5 billion valuation, like IMQ and down. Best believe I can help you too, dog. Makes no sense for you to be private when there is crazy money to be had in the public markets. You can raise $1 billion. I believe in Fluxonium and I believe in you. Let me in your next round and I can bring some of my homies with, like who are my homies? Like some really famous people I know. Like Kanye. Anyway, hit me up if you want to chat. I am serious. Okay. Let me send that. Sent. Alright. Alright, homie, come on. Give the homie a call. Don't be a hater. I don't think you should be private for real. Soldier invested. Soldier? Soldier boy, tell him. Quantum computing. Alright, let's look at this paper, bro. Now we wait. Exactly. Now we wait. Alright, so is there a phone number here? Phone number. Ah, just an address. You bastards. Man, let me get a phone number, man. Rower at mit.edu. What's the edu stand for? Hey, my brother. How are you? I hear you want to know more about quantum computing. Yeah, man. Let me in that deal, man. I can't let you in the deal, bro. Listen, my bro. Fluxonium. Flux trapping Fluxonium qubit. I want to know more about this trapping. I also trap. I've also been known to trap. And you might say I'm a trapping expert. Man, I'm a pharma guy, man. I could teach you about pharma. I'm gonna teach you. Pharma bro. It's Pharma bro. It's Kanye. It's Soldier. We taking you public, dog. Best bankers on the East Coast. And it's Wu-Tang. Okay, I can resist on this deal. JD Kiss. Man, I know some people. I'm connected. What is this, Iggy Pop? Iggy Pop, senior author? Yeah, sometimes that's true, Alfonso. Sometimes it's not. These days, markets anticipate quickly. 20 days stable CNOT gate? Damn. That's Flexonium, baby. That's that Flexonium. You doing quantum, you gots to do Fluxonium. Can't do no ion trap, man. Those days are over. You ain't doing ion trap, bruh. Come on, bruh. Manufactured. Who's manufacturing this shit? Chinese? Goddamn. Okay. Okay, Chinese. Seems like everything we're doing, the Chinese are already there. I gotta keep my phone on vibrate just in case he calls. Hello. Yo, hello. Who this? Quantum. Who? Oh, yeah. What up? Oh, here it is. Leon Ding. That's my man. Give me your phone number. Come on. Man. Leon Ding at MIT.edu. Y'all want to send him an email and tell him to holler at Skrelly. There it is. I'm not saying you should do it. But Leon Ding at MIT.edu, he will probably get that message. Fluxoniums or transmons? Which way, Western man? So a capacitor, smaller than that of a transmon, a Josephson junction, so it's still a superconductor. An inductor all in parallel. Ooh, I like that. Ground in excited state is 100 megahertz to a gigahertz. That's why it's flux. That's the fluxonium. Fidelity over 99.99. It's a world record. Nah, man, you getting us in this deal. Period, the end. Dr. Ding, this ain't a game, bruh. Look at the wiring, goddamn. It's got a whole schematic here. Man, I'll take this company public right now. Be FLUX, Flux. Atlantic Quantum. Atlantic Quantum, it would be like AQUN. I just might just do QUAN, Quan. It's my homie Daquan. Quan, that's the ticker. Ticker Quan. I said, listen, trust me. It's really important. You're like, Shkreli, listen, we like you, but why is it so important that our ticker be the right ticker? So you don't understand. You don't understand what Reddit's going to think. They're like, Shkreli, we care about the Josephson junction and the architecture and the, the fidelity and all this technical stuff. I don't think the ticker is going to make a difference. That's when I go, ow! Ticker matters most. You understand? Get Dr. Ding up off the floor. Come here. I'm sorry, dog. I'm sorry I got fresh with you. Ticker matters a lot, bro. Ooh, I like that. FLXQ. FLXQ would be good. Dr. you know, you're laughing because you can see this happen in IRL. Get Ding up off the floor, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Why'd you hit me? I love you, bro. I just want to take you public and get you this bread. Okay? Put the Q first? Yeah, QUAN, I agree. QFLX. Oh my god, that's like Netflix? People, oh my god, Alfonso's got it. That's the ticker. QFLX. It's like Netflix with the fucking Q. It's over. Nobody's selling that stock ever. Up Q. That's the best tickers. Going to quantum Duchenne muscular dystrophy? Yeah, just call it NVIDIA 2. Quantum NVIDIA is what you call it. Change the name to Quantum NVIDIA. Okay, I want to look at INMB. So this, just to make sure everybody understands what's going on here. INMB, what's going on with my hair is the question. INMB is Immune Bio. All right, you paying attention? Good. We've got 14 days. They said the data for their trial is Alzheimer's phase 2. The data will be out by the end of the month. Okay? So we've got like 14 days left. Paying attention? So INMB could go to 50 cents, or it could go up a lot. We don't know. But I think it's going to go down. Let me walk you through my thesis. I don't have any time expectations on any of my stocks. I don't know when any of my stocks will work, because I just don't think it's knowable. Like, it's hard to tell when markets will decide what, that you're right. Whenever you make a trade, you're basically saying, I'm right, the market's wrong, right? And because there is a delta in opinion, there has to be a closing of that delta. But you don't know what caused the delta in the first place. You just looked at the stock and said, I think they have it wrong, I hate it, they love it, or I love it and they hate it. I'm going to wait till it's the other way around. Right? I'm down more than that now, Solomon. But I'm about to go from ashy to classy. INMB. All right? I'm going to go all in on this bitch. But seriously. So here's the puzzle with INMB. They're trying to give an anti-inflammatory drug, okay, to Alzheimer's patients. This has been tried before. It doesn't work. I want to go find the time somebody tried this. Alzheimer steroid trial. Let me try that. Let me see what that says. What do you guys think? Okay. 900 results. I'm gonna read this anyway. We know that these trials have not, we know that at least one trial did not benefit these patients. LDL. Zuranolone is, could be of interest. I could just write prednisone too. But it could be prednisolone, it could be methylprednisone, it could be dexamethasone, who knows what the fuck they gave. Human. Oh, and we also have the EMA meeting, right? EMA comp meeting is today. So that's for Anabex. Let me check that. Except the damn cookies, man. The meeting highlights. Is there minutes? Isn't there a schedule or something? Annex to June agenda, and here's the agenda. Okay. This is the June agenda. That's right now, this meeting, right? Which of these drugs do we care about? Capomedics? Nope. This is a Helicobacter test. L-acetyleucine. aflibercept, do tetrabenazine, aflibercept. This is HIV drug. Okay. Ustekinumab, aflibercept, dorosibusel, denosumab. Okay. What's that FX drug? Does it have a name? It does, right? Doesn't look like it's on the schedule. Nothing found. Donanemab is on the list, but nothing else. All right, well, maybe next month you have lacarmazine. Lacarsamine. Okay. Annex. The annex has something. Yeah, nothing on Anavex. Yeah, that might be a little ambitious, Paul, but I hope so. Okay, so nothing for Anavex, so maybe next month. So this is major alpha if we figure this out. It'll make up for all our negative alpha. Resveratrol.
Old Bristol gamma secretase inhibitor. Here's the etanercept phase 2. This was very close to the. This was a comment on this study. So this was like the closest clinical result to INMB that you can get. Allopregnanolone. This is that study. So they basically did a study extremely similar. And it didn't work. ADAS-Cog was evenly balanced. It was about 26. It was a sigma of 3, or standard error of 3. And the results were no bueno. ADAS-Cog went up 1.3 in etanercept, and 1.4 in placebo. But then there was a bit of a difference, quite a bit of a difference. Although after being corrected for baseline age, sex, and psychometric score, the difference dropped quite a bit to just a point, which the p-value was 0.7. The MMSE was almost stat sig. LOCF actually was worse off. Feels like nothing happened in this trial, but that little separation there, that tiny little change, is what you have to hang your hat on. Little change. Could that be it? After 12 weeks, you get this little separation. what they do in the short MMSE. I'm guessing they give you some basic questions. Yeah, the $30,000 of Quantum Computing Inc. revenue. On the bullish side, you can't get worse than that. I suppose you could have 0. But Clown World. Should I go more? Should I go heavier in that? Should I cover the other quantum stuff I'm in and go ham on QCI? Oh, it's hard to borrow. Not shortable on interactive. Crazy. No, Skrelly Pill and Skrelly Planet are somebody else. Some European dude, I think. All these mouse models did not replicate in humans. Could be successfully evaluated. Okay. Soothing the inflamed brain. Doesn't seem to work. vitamin D dementia. Oh, great. NSAIDs are associated with increased neuritic plaques. Oh. Gotta read that too. (640 patients for atorvastatin. No benefit over 72 weeks. Oof. That's just lowering. That's just Lipitor, of course. Everything seems to work in a mouse. Aged dogs. It worked in aged dogs. GMCSF. Cholesterol was a big theory back 20 years ago or 15 years ago. We all want to fix Alzheimer's, that's for sure. One question is the peripheral steroids cross the blood-brain barrier? They should. They're steroids after all. I remember this, all the floor bills for Alzheimer's that failed. Indomethacin. An inflammatory hypothesis of Alzheimer's disease, dead or alive? I would say dead. is perispinal etanercept for the treatment of Alzheimer's. Yikes. Flurby. Flurbiprofen. It's like ibuprofen. I remember mifepristone was being developed by Corcept for psychotic major depression. Did not go great. Worked for Cushing's though. Protector or promoter? Such a desolate landscape of treatment. Pharmacotherapy for Alzheimer's. You guys know that meme of the sit up meme, the roaring kitty? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm currently in reclined position, waiting to sit up.
good chunk of my thesis rests on steroids not working for Alzheimer's. Although the anti-inflammatory part didn't work either. What is going against me right now? Let's see. Sarepta's up. Sarepta's at 20.5. That's not bad. But look at QUBT. Wow, what the fuck? I wish I could short more. Interactive won't let me. That's wild. My average is now 25 for Sarepta. I also have a 25% position. I would sell it at 50 or 60, something like that. QUBT isn't even a real fucking company. This is in the 30K account. The account with my results that are posted. Yeah, I mean, there's not much more shoes to fall here. I mean, they've all fallen. Every shoe's dropped. Here we go. 2000. A randomized controlled trial of prednisone in Alzheimer's disease. Okay. No fluxonium response yet. Okay, here's the paper. I think. Oh, what is this? This is. We read with interest. Okay, this is somebody else's paper. This is a comment. There it is. Prednisone in Alzheimer's. 100, that's it? 138? That's not much. But it was a 1-year trial.
current user limit or some shit. It's wild. I have to go to Sci-Hub. Fuck it. Let's go to Sci-Hub. Sci-Hub to the rescue. Nope, that is not the paper. That is definitely not the paper. God damn it, Sci-Hub. Maybe one of you guys can find it. Send it to me on Discord. Yo. Looking for the paper. I'm just short the stock. Subjects with prednisone showed behavioral decline compared to those in placebo. Pretty telling. Yeah, pure blood. Yeah. I ain't stopping though. Ain't fucking stopping. Fuck that. I keeps it real. Wish it was long only. But that keeps it real. Yeah, Sarepta had a patient die. Very sad. Stop loss. I'm sorry, what? Excuse me, what? Well, if anyone can get me this journal paper, I would appreciate it. Yeah, I actually bought more. It's probably a little crazy, but
somebody can get me this paper or shoot the PDF in Discord, I would appreciate it. Yeah, please send in Discord. Greatly appreciate. Yeah, Gabriel, that is another question. Yeah, exactly. It comes up with another paper. It's like indexed incorrectly or something. And my MIT thing doesn't find it either. Academic goons are here. All right, we looked at all 819 titles, but only one paper really relevant. I would short more QUBT, but there's no borrow. thesis for Sarepta is remarkably the same. It's just a little less upside for Elevidus, but people are still going to use it. Yeah, there's definitely more meat on the bone for that and Capricorn. Life's definitely not fair. Stock market isn't rational at short time scales. Sarepta has a lot of drugs, yeah. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Okay, so here's kind of my thesis. And if there's any INMB bulls to prove me wrong, I'd be curious what they think. But here's kind of the way I look at it. Here's prednisone. It didn't cure 800 kids. If 1,000 people have taken, 1,000 young boys, I guess, or young men, have taken the drug. 2 people died. There are people who are later stage in their disease. So it's 2 out of 1,000. I would say it's below fair value, but that depends on whether people keep using the drug or not. Yeah, KD is right. So prednisone becomes prednisolone. Which binds the glucocorticoid receptor. Okay, what happens next is that TNF, which is the molecule that Immune's drug binds, gets downregulated. So whether you stop it directly or through steroids, well, steroids didn't work. That's why wherever steroids work, TNF works. Right? So you get around a 30 to 80% reduction. But you get that in expression, which is like a little bit better than getting it in protein. So you get gene transcription. So you can get it down quite a lot. Does that make sense? So I'm thinking I should increase the short position. I'm short a good amount. I want to do more. But for this account, I would sort of have to quit the quantum short briefly, which I don't want to do. Let me see how many trading sessions we have left here. I mean, what's crazy about prednisone is prednisone not only drops TNF, it drops all this other stuff, IL-1, etc., which are all implicated in autoimmunity and inflammation. So if prednisone can't fix Alzheimer's, TNF sure as hell can't fix Alzheimer's. Right? But Wednesday, market's off. I guess snaking, I would argue that, did they reduce it 100%? Right, how many trading days? Market's definitely closed. I don't need a goddamn calendar. None of these apps have calendars. Okay. Give me that calendar, man. Juneteenth. Okay. Let's see. 16th. We got 4 days left here in this bitch. Thursday's Juneteenth. We got 3 days left this week. Bet you they report a Friday. All right. So we got 9 days left. Right? And then I guess the 30th makes 10 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days left, including, if you don't include today, which is almost over. So when will this data drop is one question. What will they say and how low will it go? I think it'll drop to cash value, which is basically 0. Right? Cash value is less than $1 and declining rapidly, so. Yeah, what's his at snaking?
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I follow him. Joshua Schoonover.
Market data connection lost.
Did I run for Congress?
Market data connection re-established.
You sure you got that right? JSS, okay. There we go. Joshua Schoonover. I like this song too. So on the 12th, he said he's going silent. Is that? I'm not sure you can infer anything from that. But usually it takes, a couple days to get this thing out. A lot of bubbleiciousness. Well, they did a trial of prednisone in Alzheimer's and it failed. I'm trying to get the paper, but prednisone does not work. And remember, prednisone lowers TNF. So if TNF works, prednisone should work. Yeah, his last two tweets are, I'm going to go quiet when the data's out. The data's coming out. Then his next tweet was, I'm going to go quiet. kind of weird. I don't understand why he'd be on the data analysis team either. Unless he's like general counsel. Yeah, prednisone sucks to take in the long run, but it does lower TNF. That's partially why it works for all those diseases. Well, either way, they said second half of this month, so. Not TNF increase, TNF decrease. Why is it so cold? Shrooms? What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, radioactive drugs can work really, really great. Snaking, what's good, dude? You with me? You with me? Always trying to hold natural medicines back. Facts. I like my unnatural hydrocarbons. No. When do the next week options come out? So I have June. Oh, they're only monthlies. There's only monthlies for this thing. Right? Why do you get comfortable with massive position? I mean, do you think that they can weasel their way into some fake result, some subgroup?
Market data connection lost. Market data.
Like, if you think what a catalyst is it's you're implicitly saying that you know when something's going to happen. One, you know how the market's going to react to it on a temporal basis. Well, biologics are better than prednisone because they're more specific. You can shut down certain parts of the immune system. Steroids are like nuclear bombs for autoimmune disease. I actually have a decent sized position in all my accounts. I'm trying to figure out if I should do more. I feel fairly confident.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, Michael, I appreciate your comment, but I have no problem. Yeah, we like Resolute here. Good, Jay. We know we're a fan. We like the drug too.
Order filled.
Yeah, I don't think the other drug's worth anything.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
You're a big Quantum fan, KD? Fuck with Quantum? Fucks with you.
Order filled.
I don't own any in this account. This account's gone to hell. Need to bring it back. Trapaholics. I didn't stream it, but I listened to it. Take some allergy drugs here. Real trap shit. Shorting Palantir? I don't know. That doesn't sound so smart. I don't know. I'm willing to take a lot of risks with this portfolio, so I would do it, you know, for me, 10%
Order filled.
is reasonable.
Order filled.
Oh, I can't buy options in this account. Fuck. Oh well.
Market data connection re-established.
Let me see. Can't believe fucking QUBT is like 25%. That's worse than Sarepta. QUBT is my biggest position in this account. It's bigger than D-Wave now. Yeah, I don't know, Sanu. It does get in the brain. Yeah, I think so, Alfonso. I think so. I did not cover D-Wave. I'm still mega-sized D-Wave. I kind of want just more INMD, to be honest, because it's happening really soon. It's not going to work. So I don't see why that shouldn't be my biggest position. But sorry if those are loud. Oh, TSR. I'm sorry. Everything's going against me. Everything. Under siege. Yeah, they're pretty similar, no way, yes.
Order filled.
They may not pull a Theranos. His last company went bust. So I haven't studied Brad Jacobs too much. I bought his book, but I still haven't read it. 27% for QUBT. That's more or less right, Alfonso. I think they have a couple of other assets lingering around, but without any cash. I mean, this trial is gonna just finishing this trial is gonna cost a fortune. Yeah, FY, I think you should cash out. Fake company. After what, Andrew? Right, that ninja? It's crazy. Don't know 8R1. INMBs in the next 10 days. This seg fault again? Ugh. Oh, sorry. This did seg fault. So do it this way. I don't know what Hemanthus is. $620 calls go up 10x in price. I'm not sure what you mean, Michael. Good, FY, good. Now go short. You're the luckiest skunk in the world. Now you gotta go short. You bastard. QBT's retarded, man. Yeah, I guess so, Deuce. It's not any better or worse than the other companies, after all. Fucking A. What a nightmare. They're trying to kill Skrelly. I bought some IMNB puts. I bought this week's 5 puts. I mean, I have a microscopic amount, but I still have them. Yeah, right, Luca?
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, if my money, I'm short the whole basket. Oh, I don't know, Matthias. Good question. I'm not sure.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
What's the SRM doing? SRM Entertainment. Well, it's entertaining. Ticker tactics. Yeah. Well, now you should short it. Join the dark side.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I mean, you know, the guy's telling you that it's going to be a $200 billion company, but for his shares, he wants out. I don't know how much more you need to know.
Order partially filled.
I don't need too many people who want to leave billions on the table like that.
Order filled.
And it's not like he even paid for his shares. He's the CEO.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
My average on Sarepta is now 25, so I'm down a little bit. Yeah, Michael. It's probably equally likely. I mean, the cumulative probability has to be 100%. Oh, it's a biotech stock. 20% isn't that much, actually. That's like 2 or 3 days. I didn't short Herbalife back then. I actually liked it more on the long side. No, they care about Sharpe ratio quite a lot. I think a blind monkey could have beat me stock picking the last month or two, but I stick by it. Plus INMB. Shorting INMB is the plan. That's the comeback. I don't know if QBTS would be at 14 or not. That's really funny. Yeah, he also didn't. I don't think he bought any stock. So he's given 1 million shares and is liquidating it, taking what 2 million shares. I don't think he paid for those shares. I mean, I could be wrong. No, I'm short, Lyle. I don't think they're gonna spin it. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, D-Wave and IonQ are maybe a little easier because QUBT is better. Like, it's a much more useless company. Oh yeah, snaking. You're talking about INMB. We're talking about Quantum. Yeah, they basically had to keep the company going. Did you ever go in the Discord snaking? It's pretty humorous. I was reading my Twitter. Yes, QUBT is a great long. You should try it. Go ahead, buy some. NI is our news command on Godel. ER is the earnings release, but it's EM on our thing, not ER. And then GG is Galaxy Gas. GG, baby. What's wrong, Chris? You upset? Are you upset, Chris? Oh, I hurt your feelings. Oh. QUBTS is 35K in revenue. Which one? Which comfort food? JTP. People bought anything in the dot-com bubble. Okay? Cab drivers are buying this shit. Cab drivers who just got here from Pakistan, they're like, oh shit, let me buy. Put the cab money in my E-Trade. I bought mp3.com. It went down 90%. Oh well. Fuck it. You understand that, you know, retail investors used to never buy stocks, period. This is a new phenomenon. They would leave it to their brokers. Even mutual funds were considered risky. Oh, shit. I like Biogen. Wait, what's QUBT's market cap? It's 2.7 billion. Phew. Sugar is not extremely toxic. In fact, it is vital to life. I don't know, Clark. I think so, JCap. I think it's made it less efficient. I'm mostly short INMB. I have a couple of puts for this week, but those are really cheap because they're very unlikely to work. Yeah. Get my ass whooped, but it's all right. Gotta take the bad luck with the good luck. I'm not in Nadorja. One thing you can't do is panic and freak out. Solera might be a good long-term pick. Ape strong together, Raul. You're damn right. One tweet away. Bro, we strong together, bro. If you sell, they win. Who's they? Don't worry about that. The Wall Street guys, you know? They win. Don't let them win. Don't sell. But I want to sell. I need to afford an operation. Fucking sell. Fucking hodl. Better fucking diamond hands it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Leon Black. That's a true player, baby. I hate short-term gains and long-term gains. Losses of the shit. It's an evil man, Nick. It's an evil man. What's Act 60? Nope. I do not want to help you. That should be equally as hard. Shouldn't be easy. Should be equally difficult. Brandon. If that's your real name. I did. I 5x'd it, Chris. I don't know. Just go to godelterminal.com, Brandon. I mean, we knew about this. It's a 1 in 1,000 event that became a 2 in 1,000 event, but it's still pretty rare. Yeah, QOps, right? Law firms are just trying to get a payout. We looked at NAMs a minute ago. Should we look at HHH? It's a real estate company. I don't really know what the hell they do. Master plan communities. What? No, I mean, I feel pretty much the same. Yeah, I mean, Aditya, that's kind of the idea, right? If you can, they can still do $1 billion in revenue. The stock's easy double. I don't know if they're going to do $1 billion in revenue still. That's probably optimistic. I don't know. If they do $1 billion in revenue, that's $2 billion in total company revenue. That's one-time sales, dude. They don't lose money on Levitus. Drugs have a 90% gross margin, my friend. No, they have a billion. Yeah, they have $1 billion in PMO. The street's moving to $1 billion for Levitus after talking to management. Management say, implicitly or explicitly saying we're comfortable with $1 billion. Now remember, that's $1 billion before. That's really like 800 million run rate, because that's half of that was done before the new news. So that's what, 300 last quarter, 300 this quarter. So that's probably more like 150 each quarter next. So it's really like 600. But even anyway, it's like 1 or 2 times sales. HMMs are like anything else. I mean, I don't like any of you making fun of me. Don't even think about it. There could be threats to the PMO business down the road. Yeah, maybe they can return the Arrowhead drugs. I'm just kidding. Normal price to sales for pharma is 3x. For biotech, it's usually 5 to 10x because it's hard to make this stuff generic. In their case, nobody's ever made a generic PMO. So they might have that for a really long time. Yeah, that's right, Alfonso. Better not make fun of me. I don't think 600 is optimistic. I think they'll do 600. If you look how Tysabri, what happened to Tysabri revenue, it didn't even go down. Yeah, but the backwards numbers don't matter. What matters is how much going forward. Remember, it's 3 million a patient. So I think you can find 200 people a year willing to try it. There's thousands of people with DMD. I'm short INMB. Yeah, someone's right. Not a big fan of life extension technology. I don't think it's real. We're like 50 to 100 years away from that. Right. What is a model? Well, it's not going up much anymore. INQ. Looks like it's dead. QBT is the one that's outperforming. Yeah, the price targets the game is kind of stupid.
Real trap shit.
I did buy the dip. It's not a dip, it's a cliff. Unfortunately.
This is a certified hood classic.
I think there's a chance it can be up. I'm short it, yeah, I'm short IMNB. A decent sized position. James, what's up, man? Get 21 on Sarepta, please. Qubit and Sarepta, same price. QUBT, SRPT. No, I need the damn paper. Let me see if my people's found it. Can you send it to me? Thank you. Anonymous. Yeah, I don't like UNH. Hey, SMB, what a dog. $35,000 of revenue versus $1 billion of revenue. Bah. Ah. You can buy Berkshire, nothing wrong with Berkshire. Dr. Gupta was an experiment we did for 1 month. We didn't really work on it after that. Hey, I don't know what you're saying, Chris. You're not being coherent. Umora trial failed, right? It was a clinical trial. Sarepta's FDA approved. Thank you for the paper. I mean, I think it's been along for the last few months, but I've been wrong, unfortunately. Yeah, prednisone made people worse. Wow. Prednisone is worse than placebo. How could TNF be good? It's the 0. Right? That's still an investment either way. How could it be that, okay, so if steroids hurt you as an Alzheimer's patient, just like almost that sig that it was worse, directionally clearly worse, how in the world? I need to short more. I'm going to get greedy. I'm going to get greedy. Fuck it. You want to play? Let's play. The problem is I have to like kind of temporarily get out of quantum, which I don't want to do, obviously.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order
Chris, it's FDA approved. It's not experimental. That's what you're missing.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I think this drug is going to make them worse.
Order filled.
I will say that the TNF, the other TNF thing was like more in the direction of TNF benefit. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm adding more INMB. I don't think so, Top Gun. I did. I went up 5x. My average on syrup is 25 now. Oh. No, it's the other way around, snaking. That was the other way around. What about Charles Hoskinson? What's that retard up to? I'm just sorting the stock. Just tell me what it says. Jesus Christ, this guy. It's a tweet that you're writing about Charles. Who cares? Well, prednisone works in a similar way as TNF alpha. So the genes that glucocorticoid receptor agonism binds. No, you know, drugs are very hard to get unapproved, to use somebody's term here. People die in this disease. People are known to die with this kind of drug. It doesn't really change that much. Obviously, the market is what it is. But there was already a death announced on the drug. Okay, that's pretty funny. $100 million of ADA. It is pretty funny to dunk on Hodgkinson, though. And you're so close to crashing out. Yeah, Max, it is what it is.
I like it, Keith. I like it. Can we get 22? All right, maybe 22 is too much. 21 and a half. Give me 21 and a half. Yeah, one company's going to do 2 billion in this year, and one company's going to do like 100,000. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, Deuce, you're right. Well, there's not much of Levitas research yet. Or left, I should say. And Levitas kind of pays for itself. That's what the CFO said. I mean, they're probably around break even right now, so. Shabab is correct. INMB. That's it. If the INMB works, it's done. It's over. I'm on the high enough floor. Got 10 days, man. 10 days, that's it. INMB works. Alzheimer's is cured. I love you guys. I hope you do great. I'm out. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching the stream. I don't understand master plan communities. I mean, I kind of get it. You're building what, like a whole city kind of thing?
How many master plan communities do these guys have? I'm gonna lose all my hair because of this shit. My average interrupt is not bad. It's 25. But I also 10x'd it. I 10x'd it. I don't know INMD. I doubt they do buybacks now. I don't think so. They need to make sure they don't run out of cash. I 5x'd it, so I have a 25-ish percent position. I wish I had Black Edge. That's not even Black Edge. The doctor has no duty to disclose it, not disclose it to anybody. Yeah, I had 5% before. Now I have 25%. I think the target's largely the same. The return is higher. Instead of 70, maybe it's 65 or 60, but I'm not sure the target changed that much. Because remember, we had to lower it before because of the death. Now there's 2 deaths. I don't think it changes anything. No, I did not 10x it. I 5x'd it. INMB short. QUBT, bruh. Did they already have a black box? Either way, the doctors who are prescribing this $3 million drug, no, they don't look at the label. It's a complicated drug, you know?
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Widely considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history, often referred to as the Mozart of math. He won the Fields Medal and the Breakthrough Prize in Mathematics, and has contributed groundbreaking work to a truly astonishing range of fields in mathematics and physics. This was a huge honor for me, for many reasons, including the humility and kindness that Terry showed to me throughout all our interactions. It means the world. This is the Lex Fridman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description or at lexfridman.com/sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's Terrence Tao. What was the first really difficult research level math problem that you encountered? One that gave you pause, maybe?
Well, I mean, in your undergraduate education, you learn about the really hard, impossible problems, like the Riemann hypothesis, the twin primes conjecture. You can make problems arbitrarily difficult. That's not really a problem. In fact, there's even problems that we know to be unsolvable. What's really interesting are the problems just on the boundary between what we can do relatively easily and what are hopeless. But what are problems where, like, existing techniques can do like 90% of the job, and then you just need that remaining 10%. I think as a PhD student, the Kakea problem certainly caught my eye, and it just got solved, actually. It's a problem I've worked on a lot in my early research. Historically, it came from a little puzzle by the Japanese mathematician Soichi Kakea in like 1918 or so. So the puzzle is that you have a needle on the plane, or think like driving on a road or something, and you wanted to execute a U-turn. You want to turn the needle around. But you want to do it in as little space as possible. So you want to use as little area in order to turn it around. So, but the needle is infinitely maneuverable. So you can imagine just spinning it around its a unit needle. You can spin it around its center, and I think that gives you a disk of area. I think pi over 4. Or you can do a 3-point U-turn, which is what we teach people in their driving schools to do, and that actually takes area pi over 8. So it's a little bit more efficient than a rotation. And so for a while, people thought that was the most efficient way to turn things around. But Bezukovich showed that, in fact, you could actually turn the needle around using as little area as you wanted. So 0.001, there was some really fancy multi back and forth U-turn thing that you could do, that you could turn the needle around, and in so doing, it would pass through every intermediate direction.
Is this in the two-dimensional plane?
This is in the two-dimensional plane. Yeah. So we understand everything in 2 dimensions. So the next question is what happens in 3 dimensions. So suppose like the Hubble Space Telescope is tube in space, and you want to observe every single star in the universe. So you want to rotate the telescope to reach every single direction. And here's the unrealistic part. Suppose that space is at a premium, which it totally is not. You want to occupy as little volume as possible in order to rotate your needle around in order to see every single star in the sky. How small a volume do you need to do that? And so you can modify Bezukovich's construction. And so if your telescope has 0 thickness, then you can use as little volume as you need. That's a simple modification of the 2-dimensional construction. But the question is that if your telescope is not 0 thickness, but just very, very thin, some thickness delta, what is the minimum volume needed to be able to see every single direction as a function of delta? So as delta gets smaller, as your needle gets thinner, the volume should go down, but how fast does it go down? And the conjecture was that it goes down very, very slowly, like logarithmically, roughly speaking. And that was proved after a lot of work. So this seems like a puzzle. Why is it interesting? So it turns out to be surprisingly connected to a lot of problems in partial differential equations, in number theory, in geometry, combinatorics. For example, in wave propagation, if you splash some water around, you create water waves, and they travel in various directions. But waves exhibit both particle and wave type behavior. So you can have what's called a wave packet, which is like a very localized wave that is localized in space and moving a certain direction in time. And so if you plot it in both space and time, it occupies a region which looks like a tube. And so what can happen is that you can have a wave which initially is very dispersed, but it all focuses at a single point later in time. Like you can imagine dropping a pebble into a pond and the ripples spread out. But then if you time reverse that scenario, and the equations of wave motion are time reversible, you can imagine ripples that are converging to a single point, and then a big splash occurs, maybe even a singularity. And so it's possible to do that. And geometrically, what's going on is that there's always sort of light rays. So like if this wave represents light, for example, you can imagine this wave as a superposition of photons, all traveling at the speed of light. They all travel on these light rays, and they're all focusing at this one point. So you can have a very dispersed wave focus into a very concentrated wave at one point in space and time, but then it defocuses again and it separates. But potentially, if the conjecture had a negative solution, so what that meant is that there's a very efficient way to pack tubes pointing in different directions into a very, very narrow region of a very narrow volume, then you would also be able to create waves that start out, there'll be some arrangement of waves that start out very, very dispersed, but they would concentrate not just at a single point, but there'll be there'll be a lot of concentrations in space and time. And you could create what's called a blow-up, where these waves, their amplitude becomes so great that the laws of physics that they're governed by are no longer wave equations, but something more complicated and nonlinear. And so in mathematical physics, we care a lot about whether certain equations in wave equations are stable or not, whether they can create these singularities. There's a famous unsolved problem called the Navier-Stokes regularity problem. So the Navier-Stokes equations that govern the fluid flow for incompressible fluids like water. The question asks, if you start with a smooth velocity field of water, can it ever concentrate so much that like the velocity becomes infinite at some point? That's called a singularity. We don't see that in real life. If you splash around water in a bathtub, it won't explode on you, or have water leaving at the speed of light or anything. But potentially, it is possible. And in fact, in recent years, the consensus has drifted towards the belief that in fact, for certain very special initial configurations of say water, that singularities can form. But people have not yet been able to actually establish this. The Clay Foundation has these 7 Millennium Prize problems, has $1 million prize for solving one of these problems. This is one of them. Of these 7, only one of them has been solved, the Poincare conjecture by Perelman. So the Kekere conjecture is not directly related to the Navier-Stokes problem, but understanding it would help us understand some aspects of things like wave concentration, which would indirectly probably help us understand the Navier-Stokes problem better.
Can you speak to the Navier-Stokes? So the existence and smoothness, like you said, Millennium Prize problem.
Right.
You've made a lot of progress on this one. In 2016, you published a paper, Finite Time Blowup for an Averaged Three-Dimensional Navier-Stokes Equation.
Right.
So we're trying to figure out if this thing usually doesn't blow up.
Right.
But can we say for sure it never blows up?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that is literally the $1 million question. Yeah. So this is what distinguishes mathematicians from pretty much everybody else. Like if something holds 99.99% of the time, that's good enough for most, for most things. But mathematicians are one of the few people who really care about whether 100%, really 100% of all situations are covered by. So most fluid, most of the time, water does not blow up, but could you design a very special initial state that does this?
And maybe we should say that this is a set of equations that govern in the field of fluid dynamics.
Yes.
Trying to understand how fluid behaves, and it's actually turns out to be a really complicated, fluid is extremely complicated thing to try to model.
Yeah, so it has practical importance. So this Clay Prize problem concerns what's called the incompressible Navier-Stokes, which governs things like water. There's something called the compressible Navier-Stokes, which governs things like air. And that's particularly important for weather prediction. Weather prediction, it does a lot of computational fluid dynamics. A lot of it is actually just trying to solve the Navier-Stokes equations as best they can. Also gathering a lot of data so that they can initialize the equation. There's a lot of moving parts. So it's a very important problem practically.
Why is it difficult to prove general things about the set of equations like it not blowing up?
The short answer is Maxwell's demon. So Maxwell's demon is a concept in thermodynamics. Like if you have a box with 2 gases in it, oxygen and nitrogen, and maybe you start with all the oxygen on one side and nitrogen on the other side, but there's no barrier between them, right? Then they will mix, and they should stay mixed, right? There's no reason why they should unmix. But in principle, because of all the collisions between them, there could be some sort of weird conspiracy that like maybe there's a microscopic demon called Maxwell's demon that will, every time an oxygen and nitrogen atom collide, they will bounce off in such a way that the oxygen sort of drifts onto one side and the nitrogen goes to the other. And you could have an extremely improbable configuration emerge, which we never see. And we statistically, it's extremely unlikely. But mathematically, it's possible that this can happen, and we can't rule it out. And this is a situation that shows up a lot in mathematics. A basic example is the digits of pi, 3.14159 and so forth. The digits look like they have no pattern, and we believe they have no pattern. On the long term, you should see as many 1s and 2s and 3s as 4s and 5s and 6s. There should be no preference in the digits of pi to favor, let's say, 7 over 8. But maybe there's some demon in the digits of pi that like every time you compute more digits, it sort of biases one digit to another. And this is a conspiracy that should not happen. There's no reason it should happen, but there's no way to prove it with our current technology. Okay, so getting back to Navier-Stokes, a fluid has a certain amount of energy, and because the fluid is in motion, the energy gets transported around. And water is also viscous. So if the energy is spread out over many different locations, the natural viscosity of the fluid will just damp out the energy, and it will go to zero. And this is what happens in when we actually experiment with water. You splash around, there's some turbulence and waves and so forth, but eventually it settles down, and the lower the amplitude, the smaller the velocity, the more calm it gets. But potentially there is some sort of demon that keeps pushing the energy of the fluid into a smaller and smaller scale. And it will move faster and faster, and at faster speeds, the effective viscosity is relatively less. And so it could happen that it creates some sort of what's called a self-similar blow-up scenario, where the energy of the fluid starts off at some large scale, and then it all sort of transfers its energy into a smaller region of the fluid, which then at a much faster rate moves into an even smaller region, and so forth. And each time it does this, it takes maybe half as long as the previous one, and then you could actually converge to all the energy concentrating in one point in a finite amount of time. And that scenario is called finite time blow up. So in practice, this doesn't happen. So water is what's called turbulent. So it is true that if you have a big eddy of water, it will tend to break up into smaller eddies, but it won't transfer all the energy from one big eddy into one smaller eddy. It will transfer into maybe 3 or 4. And then those ones split up into maybe 3 or 4 small eddies of their own. And so the energy gets dispersed to the point where the viscosity can then keep everything under control. But if it can somehow concentrate all the energy, keep it all together, and do it fast enough that the viscous effects don't have enough time to calm everything down, then this blow-up can occur. So there are papers who had claimed that, you just need to take into account conservation of energy and just carefully use the viscosity, and you can keep everything under control for not just the Navier-Stokes, but for many, many types of equations like this. And so in the past, there have been many attempts to try to obtain what's called global regularity for Navier-Stokes, which is the opposite of finite time blow-up, that velocity stays smooth. And it all failed. There was always some sign error or some subtle mistake, and it couldn't be salvaged. So what I was interested in doing was trying to explain why we were not able to disprove finite time blow-up. I couldn't do it for the actual equations of fluids, which were too complicated. But if I could average the equations of motion of the Navier-Stokes, basically, if I could turn off certain types of ways in which water interacts and only keep the ones that I want. So in particular, if there's a fluid and it could transfer its energy from a large eddy into this small eddy or this other small eddy, I would turn off the energy channel that would transfer energy to this one and direct it only into this smaller eddy while still preserving the law of conservation of energy.
So you're trying to make it blow up.
Yeah. So I basically engineer a blow up by changing the laws of physics, which is one thing that mathematicians are allowed to do. We can change the equation.
How does that help you get closer to the proof of something?
Right. So it provides what's called an obstruction in mathematics. So what I did was that basically, if I turned off the certain parts of the equation, which usually when you turn off certain interactions, make it less nonlinear, it makes it more regular and less likely to blow up. But I found that by turning off a very well-designed set of interactions, I could force all the energy to blow up in finite time. So what that means is that if you wanted to prove global regularity for Navier-Stokes for the actual equation, you must use some feature of the true equation, which my artificial equation does not satisfy. So it rules out certain approaches. So the thing about math is it's not just about finding, taking a technique that is going to work and applying it, but you need to not take the techniques that don't work. And for the problems that are really hard, often there are dozens of ways that you might think might apply to solve the problem, but it's only after a lot of experience that you realize there's no way that these methods are going to work. So having these counterexamples for nearby problems kind of rules out, it saves you a lot of time because you're not wasting energy on things that you now know cannot possibly ever work.
How deeply connected is it to that specific problem of fluid dynamics, or is it some more general intuition you build up about mathematics?
Right. Yeah. So the key phenomenon that my technique exploits is what's called supercriticality. So in partial differential equations, often these equations are like a tug of war between different forces. So in Navier-Stokes, there's the dissipation force coming from viscosity, and it's very well understood. It's linear. It calms things down. If viscosity was all there was, then nothing bad would ever happen. But there's also transport. That energy from in one location of space can get transported because the fluid is in motion to other locations, and that's a nonlinear effect. And that causes all the problems. So there are these two competing terms in the Navier-Stokes equation: the dissipation term and the transport term. If the dissipation term dominates, if it's large, then basically you get regularity, and if the transport term dominates, then we don't know what's going on. It's a very nonlinear situation. It's unpredictable. It's turbulent. So sometimes these forces are in balance at small scales, but not in balance at large scales, or vice versa. So Navier-Stokes is what's called supercritical. So at smaller and smaller scales, the transport terms are much stronger than the viscosity terms. So the viscosity terms are things that calm things down. And so this is why the problem is hard. In 2 dimensions, so the Soviet mathematician Ladyshenskaya, she in the 60s showed in 2 dimensions there was no blow up. And in 2 dimensions, the Navier-Stokes equation is what's called critical. The effect of transport and the effect of viscosity are about the same strength, even at very, very small scales. And we have a lot of technology to handle critical and also subcritical equations and prove regularity. But for supercritical equations, it was not clear what was going on. And I did a lot of work, and then there's been a lot of follow-up showing that for many other types of supercritical equations, you can create all kinds of blow-up examples. Once the nonlinear effects dominate the linear effects at small scales, you can have all kinds of bad things happen. So this is sort of one of the main insights of this line of work is that supercriticality versus criticality and subcriticality, this makes a big difference. I mean, that's a key qualitative feature that distinguishes some equations from being sort of nice and predictable and you know, like planetary motion. And I mean, there's certain equations that you can predict for millions of years and or thousands at least. Again, it's not really a problem, but there's a reason why we can't predict the weather past 2 weeks into the future, because it's a supercritical equation. Lots of really strange things are going on at very fine scales.
So whenever there's some huge source of nonlinearity, that can create a huge problem for predicting what's going to happen.
Yeah, and if the nonlinearity is somehow more and more featured and interesting at small scales. I mean, there's many equations that are nonlinear, but in many equations you can approximate things by the bulk. So, for example, planetary motion, you know, if you wanted to understand the orbit of the moon or Mars or something, you don't really need the microstructure of like the seismology of the moon or like exactly how the mass is distributed. You just basically, you can almost approximate these planets by point masses. And just the aggregate behavior is important. But if you want to model a fluid, like the weather, you can't just say in Los Angeles the temperature is this, the wind speed is this. For supercritical equations, the fine scale information is really important.
If we can just linger on the Navier-Stokes equations a little bit. So you've suggested, maybe you can describe it, that one of the ways to solve it or to negatively resolve it would be to sort of to construct a kind of liquid computer.
Right.
And then show that the halting problem from computation theory has consequences for fluid dynamics. So show it in that way. Can you describe this idea?
Yeah. So this came out of this work of constructing this average equation that blew up. So one as part of how I had to do this, so there's sort of this naive way to do it. You just keep pushing. Every time you get energy at one scale, you push it immediately to the next scale as fast as possible. This is sort of the naive way to force blow up. It turns out in 5 and higher dimensions this works, but in 3 dimensions there was this funny phenomenon that I discovered, that if you change the laws of physics, you just always keep trying to push the energy into smaller and smaller scales. What happens is that the energy starts getting spread out into many scales at once. So you have energy at one scale, you're pushing it into the next scale, and then as soon as it enters that scale, you also push it to the next scale, but there's still some energy left over from the previous scale. You're trying to do everything at once. And this spreads out the energy too much. And then it turns out that it makes it vulnerable for viscosity to come in and actually just damp out everything. So it turns out this directed push doesn't actually work. There was a separate paper by some other authors that actually showed this in 3 dimensions. So what I needed was to program a delay. So kind of like airlocks. I needed an equation which would start with a fluid doing something at one scale. It would push its energy into the next scale, but it would stay there until all the energy from the larger scale got transferred. And only after you pushed all the energy in, then you sort of open the next gate, and then you push that in as well. So by doing that, the energy inches forward scale by scale in such a way that it's always localized at one scale at a time, and then it can resist the effects of viscosity because it's not dispersed. So in order to make that happen, I had to construct a rather complicated nonlinearity, and it was basically like it was constructing like an electronic circuit. So I actually thank my wife for this because she was trained as an electrical engineer. She talked about, she had to design circuits and so forth. And, if you want a circuit that does a certain thing, like maybe have a light that flashes on and then turns off and then on and then off, you can build it from more primitive components, capacitors and resistors and so forth. And you have to build a diagram, and and these diagrams you can sort of follow it with your eyeballs and say, oh yeah, the current will build up here and then it will stop and then it will do that. So I knew how to build the analog of basic electronic components, like resistors and capacitors and so forth, and I would stack them together in such a way that I would create something that would open one gate, and then there'll be a clock and then once the clock hits a certain threshold, it would close it. Kind of a Rube Goldberg type machine, but described mathematically. And this ended up working. So what I realized is that if you could pull the same thing off for the actual equations, so if the equations of water supported computation, so like if you can imagine kind of a steampunk, but it's really waterpunk type of thing where, so modern computers are electronic. They're powered by electrons passing through very tiny wires and interacting with other electrons and so forth. But instead of electrons, you can imagine these pulses of water moving at a certain velocity, and maybe there are two different configurations corresponding to a bit being up or down. Probably if you had two of these moving bodies of water collide, they would come out with some new configuration, which would be something like an AND gate or OR gate. The output would depend in a very predictable way on the inputs, and like you could chain these together and maybe create a Turing machine, and then you have computers which are made completely out of water. And if you have computers, then maybe you can do robotics, hydraulics and so forth. And so you could create some machine, which is basically a fluid analog of what's called a von Neumann machine. So von Neumann proposed, if you want to colonize Mars, the sheer cost of transporting people and machines to Mars is just ridiculous. But if you could transport one machine to Mars, and this machine had the ability to mine the planet, create some more materials, smelt them, and build more copies of the same machine, then you could colonize the whole planet over time. So if you could build a fluid machine, which so it's a fluid robot, okay, and what it would do, its purpose in life, it's programmed so that it would create a smaller version of itself in some sort of cold state. It wouldn't start just yet. Once it's ready, the big robot configuration of water would transfer all its energy into the smaller configuration and then power down. Okay, and then like clean itself up, and then what's left is this newer state, which would then turn on and do the same thing but smaller and faster. And then the equation has a certain scaling symmetry. Once you do that, it can just keep iterating. So this, in principle, would create a blow for the actual Navier-Stokes, and this is what I managed to accomplish for this average Navier-Stokes. So it provided this sort of roadmap to solve the problem. Now, this is a pipe dream because there are so many things that are missing for this to actually be a reality. So I can't create these basic logic gates. I don't have these special configurations of water. I mean, there's candidates that include vortex rings that might possibly work, but also, analog computing is really nasty compared to digital computing. I mean, because there's always errors. You have to do a lot of error correction along the way. I don't know how to completely power down the big machine so that it doesn't interfere with the running of the smaller machine. But everything in principle can happen. Like, it doesn't contradict any of the laws of physics. So it's sort of evidence that this thing is possible. There are other groups who are now pursuing ways to make Navier-Stokes blow up, which are nowhere near as ridiculously complicated as this. They actually are pursuing much closer to the direct self-similar model, which can it doesn't quite work as is, but there could be some simpler scheme than what I just described to make this work.
There's a real leap of genius here to go from Navier-Stokes to this Turing machine. So it goes from the self-similar blob scenario that you're trying to get the smaller and smaller blob to now having a liquid Turing machine gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and somehow seeing how that could be used to say something about a blow up. I mean, that's a big leap.
So there's precedent. I mean, so the thing about mathematics is that it's really good at spotting connections between what you might think of as completely different problems. But if the mathematical form is the same, you can draw a connection. So there's a lot of work previously on what's called cellular automata. The most famous of which is Conway's game of life. There's this infinite discrete grid, and at any given time, the grid is either occupied by a cell or it's empty. And there's a very simple rule that tells you how these cells evolve. So sometimes cells live, and sometimes they die. And there's, when I was a student, it was a very popular screensaver to actually just have these animations go on, and they look very chaotic. In fact, they look a little bit like turbulent flow sometimes. But at some point, people discovered more and more interesting structures within this game of life. So, for example, they discovered this thing called a glider. So a glider is a very tiny configuration of like 4 or 5 cells, which evolves and it just moves at a certain direction. And that's like this vortex rings. So this is an analogy. The game of life is kind of like a discrete equation, and the fluid Navier-Stokes is a continuous equation, but mathematically they have some similar features. So over time, people discovered more and more interesting things that you could build within the Game of Life. The Game of Life is a very simple system. It only has like 3 or 4 rules to do it, but you can design all kinds of interesting configurations inside it. There's something called a glider gun that does nothing but spit out gliders one at a time. And then after a lot of effort, people managed to create AND gates and OR gates for gliders. Like there's this massive, ridiculous structure, which if you have a stream of gliders coming in here and a stream of gliders coming in here, then you may produce a stream of gliders coming out. Maybe if both of the streams have gliders, then there'll be an output stream. But if only one of them does, then nothing comes out.
Mm-hmm.
So they could build something like that. And once you could build these basic gates, then just from software engineering, you can build almost anything. You can build a Turing machine. I mean, it's again enormous steampunk type things. They look ridiculous. But then people also generated self-replicating objects in the Game of Life. A massive machine, a polynomial machine, which over a huge period of time, and it always looked like glider guns inside doing these very steampunk calculations, it would create another version of itself, which could replicate.
It's so incredible.
A lot of this was like community crowdsourced by like amateur mathematicians, actually. So I knew about that work, and so that is part of what inspired me to propose the same thing with Navier-Stokes. It is a much, as I say, analog is much worse than digital. Like it's going to be, you can't just directly take the constructions in the Game of Life and plunk them in. But again, it shows it's possible.
You know, there's a kind of emergence that happens with these cellular automata. Local rules, maybe it's similar to fluids, I don't know, but local rules operating at scale can create these incredibly complex dynamic structures. Do you think any of that is amenable to mathematical analysis? Do we have the tools to say something profound about that?
The thing is, you can get these emergent, very complicated structures, but only with very carefully prepared initial conditions. Yeah. So these glider guns and gates and software machines, if you just plonk down randomly some cells and you run the Game of Life, you will not see any of these. And that's the analogous situation with Navier-Stokes again. You know that with typical initial conditions, you will not have any of this weird computation going on. But basically through engineering, you know, by specially designing things in a very special way, you can pick clever constructions.
I wonder if it's possible to prove the sort of the negative of like, basically prove that only through engineering can you ever create something interesting.
This is a recurring challenge in mathematics that I call it the dichotomy between structure and randomness. That most objects that you can generate in mathematics are random. They look like random, like the digits of pi. Well, we believe is a good example. But there's a very small number of things that have patterns. But now you can prove something has a pattern by just constructing, you know, like if something has a simple pattern and you have a proof that it does something like repeat itself every so often, you can do that. But and you can prove that for example, you can prove that most sequences of digits have no pattern. So like if you just pick digits randomly, there's something called the law of large numbers. It tells you you're going to get as many ones as twos in the long run. But we have a lot fewer tools to if I give you a specific pattern like the digits of pi, how can I show that this doesn't have some weird pattern to it? Some other work that I spent a lot of time on is to prove what are called structure theorems or inverse theorems that give tests for when something is very structured. So some functions are what's called additive. Like if you have a function that maps the natural numbers to the natural numbers, so maybe 2 maps to 4, 3 maps to 6, and so forth. Some functions are what's called additive, which means that if you add 2 inputs together, the output gets added as well. For example, multiplying by a constant. If you multiply a number by 10, if you multiply a plus b by 10, that's the same as multiplying a by 10 and b by 10 and then adding them together. So some functions are additive. Some functions are kind of additive, but not completely additive. So, for example, if I take a number n, I multiply by the square root of 2, and I take the integer part of that. So 10 by square root of 2 is like 14 point something. So 10 will map to 14. 20 will map to 28. So in that case, additivity is true then. So 10 plus 10 is 20, and 14 plus 14 is 28. But because of this rounding, sometimes there's round-off errors, and sometimes when you add a plus b, this function doesn't quite give you the sum of the 2 individual outputs, but the sum plus or minus 1. So it's almost additive, but not quite additive. So there's a lot of useful results in mathematics, and I've worked a lot on developing things like this, to the effect that if a function exhibits some structure like this, then it's basically, there's a reason for why it's true, and the reason is because there's some other nearby function which is actually completely structured, which is explaining this sort of partial pattern that you have. And so if you have these sort of inverse theorems, it creates this sort of dichotomy that either the objects that you study are either have no structure at all, or they are somehow related to something that is structured. And in either way, in either case, you can make progress. A good example of this is that there's this old theorem in mathematics called Zimmeriti's theorem, proven in the 1970s. It concerns trying to find a certain type of pattern in a set of numbers. The pattern is arithmetic progression, things like 3, 5, and 7, or 10, 15, and 20. And Andre Zimmeriti proved that any set of numbers that is sufficiently big, what's called positive density, has arithmetic progressions in it of any length you wish. So, for example, the odd numbers have a set of density 1/2, and they contain arithmetic progressions of any length. So in that case, it's obvious because the odd numbers are really, really structured. I can just take 11, 13, 15, 17. I can easily find arithmetic progressions in that set. But Zimmeriti's theorem also applies to random sets. If I take the set of all numbers and I flip a coin, for each number, and I only keep the numbers for which I got a heads. Okay, so I just flip coins. I just randomly take out half the numbers. I keep 1/2. So that's a set that has no patterns at all. But just from random fluctuations, you will still get a lot of arithmetic progressions in that set.
Can you prove that there's arithmetic progressions of arbitrary length within a random?
Yes. Have you heard of the infinite monkey theorem? Usually mathematicians give boring names to theorems, but occasionally they give colorful names.
Yes.
The popular version of the infinite monkey theorem is that if you have an infinite number of monkeys in a room with each with a typewriter, they type out text randomly. Almost surely one of them is going to generate the entire script of Hamlet or any other finite string of text. It will just take some time, quite a lot of time actually. But if you have an infinite number, then it happens. Basically, the theorem says that if you take an infinite string of digits or whatever, eventually any finite pattern you wish will emerge. It may take a long time, but it will eventually happen. In particular, arithmetic progressions of any length will eventually happen. Okay, but you need an extremely long random sequence for this to happen.
I suppose that's intuitive. It's just infinity.
Yeah.
Very blurst. So blurst.
What's up with SRPT? Scam company? ? You should go to meet Kevin. You should go to Destiny.
Infinity absorbs a lot of sins.
Yeah. How are we humans supposed to deal with infinity?
Well, you can think of infinity as an abstraction of a finite number for which you do not have a bound for. So nothing in real life is truly infinite. But you can ask yourself questions like, what if I had as much money as I wanted? Or what if I could go as fast as I wanted? And a way in which mathematicians formalize that is mathematics has found a formalism to idealize, instead of something being extremely large or extremely small, to actually be exactly infinite or zero. And often the mathematics becomes a lot cleaner when you do that. I mean, in physics, we joke about assuming spherical cows. Like real-world problems have got all kinds of real-world effects, but you can idealize, send certain things to infinity, send certain things to zero, and the mathematics becomes a lot simpler to work with there.
I wonder how often using infinity forces us to deviate from the physics of reality.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pitfalls. We spend a lot of time in undergraduate math classes teaching analysis, and analysis is often about how to take limits and whether So, for example, a plus b is always b plus a. So when you have a finite number of terms and you add them, you can swap them, and there's no problem. But when you have an infinite number of terms, there are these sort of shell games you can play, where you can have a series which converges to one value, but you rearrange it and it suddenly converges to another value. And so you can make mistakes. You have to know what you're doing when you allow infinity. You have to introduce these epsilons and deltas, and there's a certain type of way of reasoning that helps you avoid mistakes. In more recent years, people have started taking results that are true in infinite limits and what's called finitizing them. So you know that something's true eventually, but you don't know when. Now give me a rate. Okay, so if don't have an infinite number of monkeys, but a large finite number of monkeys, how long do I have to wait for Hamlet to come out? And that's a more quantitative question. And this is something that you can attack by purely finite methods, and you can use your finite intuition. And in this case, it turns out to be exponential in the length of the text that you're trying to generate. And so this is why you never see the monkeys create Hamlet. You can maybe see them create a 4-letter word, but nothing that big. And so I personally find once you finitize an infinite statement, it does become much more intuitive, and it's no longer so weird.
So even if you're working with infinity, it's good to finitize so that you can have some intuition.
Yeah. The downside is that the finitized proofs are just much messier, and so the infinite ones are found first, usually like decades earlier, and then later on people finitize them.
So since we mentioned a lot of math and a lot of physics, what do you use the difference between mathematics and physics as disciplines, as ways of understanding, of seeing the world? Maybe we can throw in engineering in there. You mentioned your wife is an engineer. Give it new perspective on circuits.
Right.
So this different way of looking at the world, given that you've done mathematical physics, so you've worn all the hats.
Right. So I think science in general is interaction between three things. There's the real world. There's what we observe of the real world, our observations, and then our mental models as to how we think the world works. We can't directly access reality. Okay, all we have are our observations, which are incomplete and they have errors. And
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established. Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Hey, William. Yeah, I saw the deal. Chapman sold 100. What? Didn't we know? I guess we knew Chapman was gonna sell, right? All these guys are selling, man. Peter Chapman. Here's the 144 filings. They just hit. Peter Hume Chapman. Holy shit. This man sold 3 million shares on 6/16. Today? Homie, today? Who bought these shares from him? Come on, bro. Who bought these shares from him? It's next Cisco though. Where's the price? Oh, there's the aggregate market value. 137 milsies. That was next Cisco. That was next Cisco. What's up, Canton? And who's this? Who's this? The CFO? We got a little 16 mil. Got a little quick 16. Thomas Kramer. Should I call him up? Should I call him up? The way he answering. We need Shy to pump it so we can dump it. High five. Yeah, exactly, Paul. I don't give a fuck. Of course I'll call, bro. You think I give a fuck? With a phone number, though. Skyler Park? Skyler Park? What's up, Sarah? Skyler Park. Maryland. I want to call him and be like, I'm calling from Forbes. We want to know, what are you going to spend all your money on? This man. This is the first time these guys got some real money. Get in trouble? I get in trouble. Man, you a snitch. Why you snitching? Stop snitching. 320 million. We have evaluation for Godot. That reminds me, I have to send some slide decks. Why would I be long Fartcoin? Crazy? Cutting edge company. Fartcoin? A company? No company about it. Cutting the cheese company. That is right. That is what they do. Cutting edge, cutting cheese, it's the same thing. I do a lot of different stuff. A couple programs. One more personal and private, another one more work related. Biden forever, bro. Where all my Biden bros at? Do I exercise? Not really, dog. Maybe this was ill-advised. It's Jover. It's over. So over.
there are many cases where we would we want to know, for example, what is the weather like tomorrow, and we don't yet have the observation, and we'd like to a prediction. And then we have these simplified models, sometimes making unrealistic assumptions, spherical cow type things. Those are the mathematical models.
Mm-hmm.
Mathematics is concerned with the models. Science collects the observations, and it proposes the models that might explain these observations. What mathematics does is we stay within the model and we ask what are the consequences of that model, what observations, what predictions would the model make of future observations, or past observations. Does it fit observed data? So there's definitely a symbiosis. I guess mathematics is unusual among other disciplines, is that we start from hypotheses, like the axioms of a model, and ask what conclusions come out from that model. In almost any other discipline, you start with the conclusions. I want to do this. I want to build a bridge. I want to make money. I want to do this. Okay, and then you find the path to get there. There's a lot less sort of speculation about it. Suppose I did this, what would happen? Planning and modeling. Speculative fiction maybe is one other place, but that's about it actually. Most of the things we do in life is conclusions driven, including physics and science. I mean, they want to know, where is this asteroid going to go? What is the weather going to be tomorrow? But mathematics also has this other direction of going from the axioms.
What do you think? There is this tension in physics between theory and experiment.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is a more powerful way of discovering truly novel ideas about reality?
Well, you need both, top down and bottom up. It's a really interaction between all these things. So over time, the observations and the theory and the modeling should both get closer to reality. But initially, and this is always the case. They're always far apart to begin with. But you need one to figure out where to push the other. So if your model is predicting anomalies that are not picked up by experiment, that tells experimenters where to look. To find more data to refine the models. So it goes back and forth. Within mathematics itself, there's also a theory and experimental component. It's just that until very recently, theory has dominated almost completely. Like 99% of mathematics is theoretical mathematics, and there's a very tiny amount of experimental mathematics. People do it, like if they want to study prime numbers or whatever, they can just generate large data sets. And so once we had computers, we began to do it a little bit. Although even before, like Gauss, for example, he conjectured the most basic theorem in number theory, which is called the prime number theorem, which predicts how many primes there are up to 1 million, up to 1 trillion. It's not an obvious question. And basically what he did was that he computed, mostly by himself, but also hired human computers, people whose professional job it was to do arithmetic, to compute the first 100,000 primes or something, and made tables and made a prediction. And that was an early example of experimental mathematics. But until very recently, it was not. Theoretical mathematics was just much more successful. Because doing complicated mathematical computations was just not feasible. Until very recently. And even nowadays, even though we have powerful computers, only some mathematical things can be explored numerically. There's something called the combinatorial explosion. If you want to study, for example, Zermani's theorem, you want to study all possible subsets of the numbers 1 to 1,000. There's only 1,000 numbers. How bad could it be? It turns out the number of different subsets of 1 to 1,000 is 2 to the power 1,000, which is way bigger than any computer can enumerate. In fact, any computer ever will ever enumerate. So you have to be. There are certain math problems that very quickly become just intractable to attack by direct brute force computation. Chess is another famous example. The number of chess positions we can't get a computer to fully explore. But now we have AI. We have tools to explore this space, not with 100% guarantees of success, but with experiment. So, we can empirically solve chess now. For example, we have very, very good AIs that can, they don't explore every single position in the game tree, but they have found some very good approximation. And people are using actually these chess engines to do experimental chess. They're revisiting old chess theories about when you this type of opening, this is a good type of move, this is not, and they can use these chess engines to actually refine, in some cases overturn conventional wisdom about chess. And I do hope that that mathematics will have a larger experimental component in the future, perhaps powered by AI.
We'll, of course, talk about that. But in the case of chess, and there's a similar thing in mathematics, I don't believe it's providing a kind of formal explanation of the different positions.
No.
It's just saying which position is better or not, and that you can intuit as a human being. And then from that, we humans can construct
Yes.
a theory of the
Right.
matter. You've mentioned the Plato's cave allegory.
Mhm.
So, in case people don't know, it's where people are observing shadows of reality, not reality itself, and they believe what they're observing to be reality. Is that, in some sense, what mathematicians and maybe all humans are doing? Is looking at shadows of reality? Is it possible for us to truly access reality?
Well, there are these three ontological things. There's actual reality, there's our observations, and our models. And technically they are distinct, and I think they will always be distinct.
Right.
But they can get closer over time. And the process of getting closer often means that you have to discard your initial intuitions. Astronomy provides great examples. An initial model of the world is flat because it looks flat. And that it's big. And the rest of the universe, the skies is not. Like the sun, for example, looks really tiny. And so you start off with a model which is actually really far from reality. But it fits kind of the observations that you have. So things look good, but over time, as you make more and more observations, bring it closer to reality, the model gets dragged along with it. And so over time, we had to realize that the Earth was round, that it spins, it goes around the solar system goes around the galaxy, and so on and so forth. And the guy's part of the universe is expanding. The expansions is self-expanding, accelerating, and in fact, very recently in this year or so, there's even the acceleration of the universe itself is there's evidence now that it's non-constant.
And the explanation behind why that is,
it's catching up.
It's catching up. I mean, it's still the dark matter, dark energy, or this kind of thing.
Yes, we have a model that sort of explains that fits the data really well. It just has a few parameters that you have to specify. But so people say, "Oh, that's fudge factors." With enough fudge factors, you can explain anything. But the mathematical point with the model is that you want to have fewer parameters in your model than data points in your observational set. So if you have a model with 10 parameters that explains 10 observations, that is a completely useless model. It's what's called overfitted. But like if you have a model with 2 parameters and it explains a trillion observations, which is basically the dark matter model, I think it has like 14 parameters, and it explains petabytes of data that the astronomers have. You can think of a theory, like one way to think about a physical mathematical theory. A theory is it's a compression of the universe, and a data compression. So you have these petabytes of observations. You'd like to compress it to a model which you can describe in 5 pages and specify a certain number of parameters. And if it can fit to reasonable accuracy, almost all of your observations, I mean, the more compression that you make, the better your theory.
In fact, one of the great surprises of our universe and of everything in it is that it's compressible at all. That's the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics.
Yeah, Einstein had a quote like that. The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible.
Right. And not just comprehensible. You can do an equation like E equals MC squared.
There is actually some mathematical possible explanation for that. So there's this phenomenon in mathematics called universality. So many complex systems at the macro scale are coming out of lots of tiny interactions at the macro scale. And normally, because of the combinatorial explosion, you would think that the macro scale equations must be like infinitely, exponentially more complicated than the micro scale ones. And they are if you want to solve them completely exactly. Like if you want to model all the atoms in a box of air, that's like Avogadro's number is humongous, right? There's a huge number of particles. If you actually have to track each one, it'll be ridiculous. But certain laws emerge at the microscopic scale that almost don't depend on what's going on at the macro scale, or only depend on a very small number of parameters. So if you want to model a gas of quintillion particles in a box, you just need to know its temperature and pressure and volume and a few parameters, like 5 or 6, and it models almost everything you need to know about these 10 to 23 or whatever particles. So we have we don't understand universality anywhere near as we would like mathematically, but there are much simpler toy models where we do have a good understanding of why universality occurs. Most basic one is the central limit theorem that explains why the bell curve shows up everywhere in nature. That so many things are distributed by what's called a Gaussian distribution, famous bell curve. There's now even a meme with this curve.
And even the meme applies broadly. There's
Yeah.
a universality to the meme.
Yeah, yes, you can go meta if you like, but there are many processes. For example, you can take lots of independent random variables and average them together in various ways. You can take a simple average or more complicated average, and we can prove in various cases that these bell curves, these Gaussians, emerge, and it is a satisfying explanation. Sometimes they don't. So if you have many different inputs and they're all correlated in some systemic way, then you can get something very far from a bell curve show up. And this is also important to know when the central limit fails. So universality is not a 100% reliable thing to rely on. The global financial crisis was a famous example of this. People thought that mortgage defaults had this sort of Gaussian type behavior that if you ask if a population of 100,000 Americans with mortgages, ask what proportion of them will default in their mortgages. If everything was decorrelated, it would be a nice bell curve, and like you can manage risk with options and derivatives and so forth, and it is a very beautiful theory. But if there are systemic shocks in the economy that can push everybody to default at the same time, that's very non-Gaussian behavior. And this wasn't fully accounted for in 2008. Now I think there's some more awareness that this is a systemic risk is actually a much bigger issue. And just because the model is pretty and nice, it may not match reality. So the mathematics of working out what models do is really important. But also the science of validating when the models fit reality and when they don't. I mean, that you need both. But mathematics can help because it can, for example, these central limit theorems, it tells you that if you have certain axioms like non-correlation, that if all the inputs were not correlated to each other, then you have these Gaussian behaviors, so things are fine. It tells you where to look for weaknesses in the model. So if you have a mathematical understanding of the central limit theorem, and someone proposes to use these Gaussian copulas or whatever to model default risk, if you're mathematically trained, you would say, okay, but what is this systemic correlation between all your inputs? And so then you can ask the economists, how much of a risk is that? And then you can go look for that. So there's always this synergy between science and mathematics.
A little bit on the topic of universality.
Mm-hmm.
You're known and celebrated for working across an incredible breadth of mathematics, reminiscent of Hilbert a century ago. In fact, the great Fields Medal winning mathematician Tim Gowers has said that you are the closest thing we get to Hilbert. He's a colleague of yours.
Oh yeah, good friend.
But anyway, so you are known for this ability to go both deep and broad in mathematics. So you're the perfect person to ask. Do you think there are threads that connect all the disparate areas of mathematics? Is there a kind of deep underlying structure to all of mathematics?
There's certainly a lot of connecting threads, and a lot of the progress of mathematics can be represented by stories of two fields of mathematics that were previously not connected and finding connections. An ancient example is geometry and number theory. So in the times of the ancient Greeks, these were considered different subjects. I mean, mathematicians worked on both. Euclid worked both on geometry most famously, but also on numbers. But they were not really considered related. I mean, a little bit like, you could say that this length was 5 times this length because you could take 5 copies of this length and so forth. But it wasn't until Descartes who really realized that to develop what we now call analytic geometry, that you can parameterize the plane, a geometric object, by 2 real numbers. Right? Every point can be, and so geometric problems can be turned into problems about numbers. And today this feels almost trivial. Like there's no content to this. Like, of course, a plane is x and y, and because that's what we teach and it's internalized. But it was an important development that these two fields were unified. And this process has just gone on throughout mathematics over and over again. Algebra and geometry were separated, and now we have this field, algebraic geometry, that connects them, and over again. And that's certainly the type of mathematics that I enjoy the most. So I think there's sort of different styles to being a mathematician. I think hedgehogs and fox. A fox knows many things a little bit, but a hedgehog knows one thing very, very well. And in mathematics, there's definitely both hedgehogs and foxes. And then there's people who are kind of who can play both roles. And I think ideal collaboration between mathematicians involves you need some diversity, like a fox working with many hedgehogs or vice versa. So yeah, but I identify mostly as a fox. Certainly, I like arbitrage somehow. Like learning how one field works, learning the tricks of that field, and then going to another field which people don't think is related, but I can adapt the tricks.
So see the connections between the fields.
Yeah. So there are other mathematicians who are far deeper than I am, like who are they're really hedgehogs. You know, they know everything about one field, and they're much faster and more effective in that field. But I can give them these extra tools.
I mean, you've said that you can be both the hedgehog and the fox, depending on the context, depending on the collaboration. So what can you, if it's at all possible, speak to the difference between those two ways of thinking about a problem? Say you're encountering a new problem, you know, searching for the connections versus like very singular focus.
I'm much more comfortable with the fox paradigm. Yeah. So yeah, I like looking for analogies, narratives. I spend a lot of time, if there's a result, I see it in one field, and I like the result. It's a cool result, but I don't like the proof. Like it uses types of mathematics that I'm not super familiar with.
Yeah, I don't see any news. Love to see the rebound. Yeah, Roberto, how do you know? What's going on with QVT? Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, Berto. Dime. What community? What are you talking about? It's in crypto. There's no community. We got a really weird rally just now after hours. I did trim a little in this after hours move. So right now, mostly because I want to put this INMB trade on because it's happening really soon, but I also want to make sure I have this Sarepta trade. So it's a little tricky. The INMB is coming like any day now. But I also want to catch the Sarepta move, but INMB is going to drop like 90%. So you know, everyone has to trade their own portfolio, but if you bought Sarepta at $20 today and it's at 22, you made 10% in a day. It's pretty good. I'm not abandoning you. I knew somebody would say that. No, I didn't know that meme. That's if it's just MCI, how are they going to get any separation? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of scary. Evacuates Iran. Dang. What's happening? So negotiated, buddy. It's a little late. It's a little late. Well, Henry, I kept buying it, so my average is 25, so suck my dick. How about that? I'm not playing with you. You're talking to a boss. Never fucking forget it. Just because I've had a rough month or two doesn't mean I stop being your dad. All right? Don't talk to your dad like that. You're my son. I wouldn't say it's dropping big. It was down more. It was down earlier today. See, look, when it was down here at 36. That was wild. D-Wave is a company that has no fucking revenue. D-Wave ain't going anywhere but down, pal. You even understand what D-Wave is? Fucking scam. Ain't nobody's worried about D-Wave. Henry, I could do whatever I want. Okay? I can do whatever I want. That's the difference between you and me. I could do that if I felt like it. But I'm in the software game now, okay? It's better than biopharma. It's better, it's much bigger. They're like software. You can stick to pharma, okay? I mean, I'll take it. $1 drop is $1 drop, but I bet you it'll come back just because this fucking stock is what it is. D-Wave going to 0. No, I can buy a company in another country. I can do so many things. You just have a small brain. You don't understand. That's why you are who you are. That's why I am who I am. So many gold. So many. It's all right. I'll make you remember. I'll make you remember. You're never gonna forget. You'll never forget. I'm gonna teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Ever. Ever. I have to go to ever forget.
most honored to have Quake inducted to sit alongside Doom. Quake was a really hard-fought development effort for us, where we wanted honored to have. I am honored to have Quake inducted to sit alongside Doom.
Almost, Shashka, almost. I don't remember if I bought CrowdStrike during that dip or not. I may have. Halal guy is way bigger than QUBT. Halal guy doesn't mess around, bro. I don't know matters. I don't know. I think he was dropping because they're. How do I put this nicely?
don't know about that, James. You think? That seems aggressive. Market's not acting like that. Maybe. They've got weapons of mass destruction. We're gonna take them out. It's look, folks. It's as simple as that. They have them. We're gonna take them out. You can't have them. It's time for regime change. It's time for regime change. That's simple. Evacuate Tehran now. Tehran. They call it Tehran. I can't have him. I told him, Ayatollah. I love your name, Ayatollah. Isn't that great? I told him you can't have him. You can't have him. INMB doesn't work. Drug doesn't work. Doesn't work. We need that oil. All right? Ayatollah, I told you. Ayatollah, I told you. We need that oil. Oh no. Did it crash again? I'm leaving in a minute. I don't know Oxy, I really don't. $12 gigs and it crashed. What a tragedy. Try it again. One more time. No more 10D loose, please. Please. Well, I'm short INMB. INMB. So I'm pretty excited about that. I don't know if I'm going to have time to write a big report on it, but I'm going to try. I think so, James. I think so too. It's been painful. Very painful.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if the U.S. will join. That seems unlikely. But if the U.S. joins, that will be fucking nuts. My God. No, they're saying he wants to back down. They're saying he's had enough. He knows that he's outmatched, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Usually there'll be a lot of volume on the day of the news. If there's no day of the news, you take your time to exit, sell 5% a day if you're not in a rush. If you're not in a rush. Building a lot of things, Cannon. But right now, I got to go build some dinner. See you guys tomorrow.